Hey.
Well, hello.
God, it feels like
we found ourselves at.
feels like a bad dream. Where did we go wrong? All right. How are we doing today, fellas? Genderless parentheses.
I slept in until noon, and I have no idea why.
All right, let's
Wow.
let's do the prerequisite character recap, because it's been a minute and this cast is big. Good, I'm very happy.
Casting chart up in another
Yes.
window.
Excellent. I'm very happy that Bowser Jr.'s model in Mario Kart World is cute. I hope he has more costumes
yeah.
than one, unlike a certain someone. Actually, stream cannot see my mouse cursor, which I think is a good thing. Not that it really makes that big of a difference. Anyway, we've got the old. Well, I guess before we start going over characters, let's what happened last time, guys?
Good
Problems.
My arm fell off.
We died. Oh shit! No. Why is the voices on?
Voices.
Last time we finished, we got to the ending.
Ending.
The first one, at least.
First major one.
Ending where bad thing
Tammy's
happened.
arm fell off,
Yep.
among other things.
I'm pretty sure we died.
I think she entirely fell apart.
Yeah, I think like.
Hence the among other things.
Yeah, we probably also died, presumably. We don't know what happened to Mako, but yeah. So
We lost track of her and like heard a scream or something, from what I recall.
no, stop, back. I'm trying to see. So is the clicking this is the same as clicking the. Yeah, because if I just click this is just the... Oh, yeah, no, this is the first one. Okay, yeah. So, we'll just skim through this. Yeah, we'll find your way to a better ending. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, so this is not a bad ending. This is just a regular, normal-ass ending.
I mean... It's a pretty bad ending.
It's an awful ending, but it's not a game
it's
failure
not technically
state.
a bad ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
bad ending is a fail state. We succeeded. We got to the end.
Yep.
Everything went perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Because we needed to do it to progress. Like, because not every bad ending, not every bad ending is actually mandatory. Like, you can just get fucking stabbed by god damn it. I just had you can just get stabbed by Kaori and just die. So, I guess now's as good a time as any to go over all the characters that we're going to be meeting again, since none of them are dead yet. Oh yeah, this happened. This was fun. Yeah.
Look at that big old smile.
Yeah, and this happened. We met God. Apparently that's God. This was really unsettling, honestly. It's kind of not great. Yeah, so
now we know for a fact that these two are the wolves, and we could just say you're sus immediately, right? Right? That's how this works, right?
Do we? Also, worth mentioning, not all three of them were the wolves. Yasunaga and Tai were the wolves, but
Haru
was like a
fangirl.
sympathizer.
Yeah, because she was convinced by her boy toy. Poor Yasunaga. But honestly, this whole sequence is really fucking awful. Hated it. Yeah, this was also fucking brutal. The fact that you can also see Mako hanging on our back at the whole time is just... Not a great time.
Yay!
So, from left to right, approximately, we've got the Old Wolf Man. Senile Old Bat. Hate him. Then we've got the Village Elder, Kanzo. He is basically the one in charge. Then is Takumi. Takumi is the big burly boy. Love him. He's second in command to Kanzo, and I believe he's like 40 something, or like 36 or something. I don't know.
Somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah, and then there's Tai. She's the second oldest in the village. Oh, third old. I don't know if she's older than Kanzo or not, but she said that the old wolf man was old when she was young. So, like, what does that fucking say? That still fucks me up. And then
She's actually like 21. She just aged really poorly.
yeah, it's that one fucking image from Mega Man Battle Network. I'm 26. All right, and then there's Kaori. She is the mother of Yasunaga and Yoshitsugu. And then there's Kiyanosuke Nosoto. He is an outsider, sort of. He lives in the village, but he's still considered to be sort of part of his family, his noteworthy family, which is quite a lot. Then there's Yasunaga, who is I believe the older son of Kaori. Then there's Mochi. He's great. He's extremely autistic. And then there's Yoshitsugu, which I'm looking at.
You didn't really get to see a lot of him last time, aside from is delinquent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he also, I'm noticing in the on the chart that you added, the text you added, Dragoni, his name is spelled wrong. It's Yoshi.
I know, I noticed that as soon as I posted it, but I already posted it.
That's fair. Whatever. Anyway,
thing.
next is Chiemi Serizawa. She's the first person that found us after we arrived in the village, and she took us in. She seems to have a thing for us, and we seem to have a thing for her, which is...
She's also really weird.
Yeah, she's also kind of weird, but honestly,
Also kind of cute.
She's very cute. I like her. I genuinely like her and Haruaki's relationship. I think it's like about as realistic of a relationship that could develop in this kind of situation, especially considering
both
factors.
Kind of assholes.
Yeah, I mean, Haruaki more so. I'm very much hoping that this is the stream where we get to my favorite nickname for him. We've already got Bike Crash, and
we've been hyping up this nickname. So
it's really dumb, but it's the only name that that Ozzy II used for him in the entire video.
Yeah.
So it's extremely ingrained in my brain. Next is Haru. She was sympathizing with Yasunaga last time, because she has a crush on him, likes him. But she also, I don't know, like there's a whole childish love triangle type thing going on that it's not really the forefront of anything, and I don't think it was ever really supposed to be. I think there's just a weird bit of translation with the details and putting a bit more emphasis on it than it's like this is the way that they think about other characters. I don't know, whatever.
We're going to explain every single detail of the characterization.
It's been like a month.
If we do so.
Rikako is the Shrine Maiden and Mako is the baby.
Be able to get used to what
We're
they're
done.
doing.
We're done.
We can't,
We're moving on.
This
We're
is a
reading
very
now.
complicated situation.
We're reading now.
We'll be here for 3 hours.
Correct. Correct. Wow, it's been like 3 months. Oh, this is in the miasma. We don't need that. None tutorial. I don't really know how to do this. So I'm just gonna... Do we just start from recall, or do we want to start from the starting point?
Recall, I guess. Speed things up.
Suddenly, a rush of memories flitted into my mind. Like someone was just recapping a whole bunch of bullshit without remembering that we can just start the game. It's time to remember the incident. Right. How did I forget? I'd already experienced this looping phenomenon or whatever. Hold on. Looping? What the hell? There was no way something like that could... What? If that wasn't it, what else could explain this? How else could I, someone who died once, be alive right now?
Once.
Optimistic. I had clear memories of getting caught up in some strange incident at Yasumizu and, shit, I couldn't remember how it ended. It was like this last time, too. My memories were all fragmented. But I did remember that I went to Yasumizu, met the people there, and died. Had I come back here when... or because I died? That was a ridiculous idea, but the pain and fear I felt back then was just so vivid and fresh in my mind that I couldn't simply dismiss it as just a dream or illusion. There was no point in lying to myself. Thank you! Just move on, let's get started. I was here having experienced something that made me sure I died. It was an incomplete memory from the future. I had no idea why I had it, but I definitely did. I had to come to terms with it first and foremost. The gas tank wasn't empty, but my phone couldn't find a signal and was running out of battery, and my throat was a bit dry. Exactly like last time. That meant that I was about to arrive at... Fresh Market!
Yeah!
Yeah, baby!
I really didn't want to meet that employee again, but from what I'd experienced, she was the only one I'd met before going to Fujiyoshi, so avoiding her probably wasn't a good idea. Yeah, if we show up dead again, then she's like the only person that would like be able to maybe identify us.
I mean, if we die again, we're just gonna loop back. So
That's also true. Her attitude was shit, but at least she always did what I asked. Your attitude was pretty shit with her too, if I'm being honest. Though I really didn't want to drive down that unpaved road again.
It's dubby time.
No. Alright.
It's fine. We haven't talked to her in a while.
Yeah, literally the first stream, when Quark was doing your characters, it was the only time that we spoke with her. Once again, she greeted her customer in a borderline insane way. It actually made me kind of relieved, and I wanted to believe that was just some trick of the mind. Saying, hey, motherfucker really said that saying fucking, where's the button? Where's the button? Where's the button? How do I not have this on a button? Here it is.
Hey.
It just said that is just not a normal way of greeting people. It was just like before. To her, I was just an annoying late-night customer. Yeah, that's because you are. Fuck you. Oh well, I just buy what I wanted. I'll take these.
Why are you getting so much crap?
Small detail I like. He's got on this sprite has his shoulder bag and also biker gloves on. No reason. Yasumizu was just desperately poor and it had me worried. What was her problem? I was the customer. Also, Mush, what did you say there?
I said the Amogus.
Yeah, that's what I thought so. I thought you were just gonna say nothing and pretend like yeah, but no. With this much stuff, she had to use the register. So, or what? With this much stuff, she had to use the register. Don't you have
I think
to
the
use...
first time she just kind of typed in the price of
Alright, yeah.
one thing. She just put it in.
Yeah, still grumbling, she started scanning the barcodes. When she was done, I paid and asked, I want to get to the nearest settlement. Do you have a map I could look at?
Huh? No, we don't.
Please, I need it.
Just wait.
She went through the staff door.
Found it.
I knew it.
Here's this store. Go to the north of the crossroads.
This is the first time we've actually seen her eyes. Mm-hmm.
Find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you go to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight.
But that's just a forest, isn't it? I knew that it was. I knew that it was. There wasn't even a paved road there. Why'd she recommend the road anyway? If I'd crashed and died, it'd be homicide by negligence. No, I don't. I don't know.
There's a settlement, it's just not on the map.
That wasn't a lie. It wasn't weird for Yasumizu to not be on the map. It was a nearly abandoned settlement in the middle of nowhere. Why did she know about it? Did she live in Kamifujiyoshi or something? It sounds like it'd be bad for my bike. What about this place, Fujiyoshi?
It's a 2-hour drive through a shitty mountain path.
Can I write that down?
Sure.
Where's the other closest town?
Past 2 mountains.
Why the fuck is this store here, then? Man, I couldn't make any sense.
There's a market, I guess.
Yeah. Fresh Market builds locations where it pleases. Only the magic sheep is preventing us from building directly on top of the mountain. Man, I couldn't make any sense of the local distance measurements.
I don't recommend going wild around these parts at night.
Going wild, like some kind of beast.
Oh, actual consideration. Though it was hard to be grateful. She was the one who pointed me in the direction of that shitty road in the first place.
Turning back takes courage, too.
Turning back, huh? I'll think about it. Thank you.
Thanks for coming or whatever.
Oh, by the way, got any interesting local drinks? I didn't see any in the drink aisle.
Well, then we don't have any.
I just thought you might have something in the back.
Like hell we would.
If you ever say that... Fuck you, Haruk. I hate you. Could you at least check?
Just wait.
Go into the magic fucking portal back there.
Found it.
There was a magic fucking portal back there. I can't believe it. Seriously? She brought me a 500cc bottle with a black liquid inside. The label looked written by hand and said, Wild Plant Cola. Expected nothing and got something huge.
He's used as a measurement in any other context but medical.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's like, here, drink this motor oil. I expected nothing and got something huge. This place was amazing. Oh, sorry, but I got quite a lot of stuff. Do you have a rubber rope I could hang on my bike to hold it all?
In a hardware store.
I'd be happy if you just looked.
God damn it, Haru.
Just wait.
You're making a really bad second impression for starting this up again, Haruaki. I hate you. You're earning that fucking nickname.
Found it.
Seriously? Well, since we've come this far, I have a list here. Think you can see if you have anything on it?
The hell, you got a death wish or something?
Are you saying you'd kill me? Please, I just want you to have a look. I mean, I get
Are you saying you'd kill me? Please.
Please, fucking end it now. But like, genuinely, like, if you know that going to this place is going to very reasonably kill you, like, I don't blame him for like having a plan, but also not explaining yourself at all is a real dick move.
Wait here.
Thanks.
We had it all.
What the hell is this place?
Why'd you ask?
It felt like she was about to kill me, but I successfully came out with pretty much all I needed. Then I just made a run for it. I opened up the weird wild plant cola. Looking up at the noisy light trap above, I took a sip. It was cool, intense, and had a strange, grassy flavor, but wasn't too bad at all. I expected something totally gross, but it was actually a legit drink. Slightly disappointed, I looked at the ingredients. Cola and plant extract. Hold on, cola as an ingredient? Did they just buy cola and mix it in? And plant extract could be anything from fruits to fucking Nightshade, Hemlock, Belladonna. What the hell? Was this even safe to drink? Well, at least it tasted good. I guess. It's probably smart to just turn around and drive away. Entering Fujiyoshi means death. Turn back. Perhaps that was what the loops were trying to tell me. Maybe I ought to listen. But was it really that easy? I had no real grounds for this, but if the cause of this strange phenomenon was somewhere in the village, perhaps I couldn't break out of the loop until I solved the mystery behind it. What would happen if I left, then? Would I go on and live out the rest of my days, only to die and come back here? Would I return to youth after years of being old? That part didn't sound half bad, actually, but was it really something I could just accept so easily? This was just speculation. But what if I actually hadn't moved an inch from that mountain pass? It's just that bit from Bug Fables when you get caught, and then Kabu's just like, and that could happen, so let's be careful, team.
I still love that bit.
It's such a good bit. Was everything from then, now, and until death just an antemortem fever dream, and dying again would just bring me back there? If that was how it was, everything I'd do with my life from this point onward would be meaningless. Maybe I really should move on only after taking care of whatever was binding me. Also, how could I leave something so strange, unnatural, and incomprehensible, and just return to the city? Oh, boy. I know this doesn't matter, we can pick things, but I like saving. Makes me feel better. Well, obviously this is gonna be the bad one, so let's just fucking leave.
Yeah, get out. Why do we want to be here? This place sucks.
Stop by the fresh market again. I'm just like, hey, sorry, I had a second thoughts. Can I do a return? And she just fucking stabs you. Until I'd finished my drink, the thing guiding me was my good sense, otherwise known as opportunism. Man, what a weird experience that was. It'd make a good campfire story once I made it back where I belonged. I pushed aside my sense that something wasn't right, my anxiety and my fear, and straddled the seat of my bike. Well, there was another way to look at this. I could try and see whether ignoring it all and running away would actually work. After all, this might end up being the only way to solve the problem. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with a left turn. Please just get hit by a truck. Please get hit by a truck. That'd be so fucking funny. Anyway, I'd go back up the mountain path. I'd had enough of this ride. I'd return to civilization, eat some normal food, get some decent sleep, and live my boring everyday life. Just recognizing how precious those things were was more than enough for me. That made this trip all worth it. A dense mist drifted into view.
Oh boy.
That was a good sound.
Normal things are occurring. Get fucked, Haruaki! Get
Not even an
fucked!
explanation.
Get fucked!
Wow.
I mean, do you need an explanation for that? They played a fucking car crash noise.
This game is very verbose about
Yeah, it is.
pretty much everything.
Done it now, eh, Chief? It's almost pretty standard, so let's get right to it.
You fucking crashed, idiot.
Mysterious U-turn death. It's like bad ending 4. This was an ending you knew wouldn't turn out well, but tried it just for the heck of it. It's like running away isn't an option. Better suck it up, I guess. Go back and test your luck again.
Alright.
It was short, but that's all for this time. Die another hearty death next time.
Fuck up a little differently next time. Chart. Oh wait, did it just put me there automatically? That'd be pretty nifty. Or did it? activated skip. Skip! Remember incident.
Remember it?
Skip!
And then skip. Alright.
Harass. Turn skip off. Pass by Fujiyoshi or enter Fujiyoshi through the normal route.
I'm
As in,
not
like, getting a
entirely sure
different entrance, or just going the same way that we did. I think the normal route's probably not going to lead to anything different, so maybe do that one first.
Yeah, let's try.
Normal
I'm gonna
route?
try going there a different way.
Oh, do you want to try going
Yeah.
a different way first?
Yeah.
All right, let's pass by. As I finished my drink, the idea I had was barely different from just turning around and leaving. Maybe I could just pass it by? I was curious what would happen if I ignored Yasumizu, Fujiyoshi, and the clerk's warning,
Oh, okay.
and
so
simply
that's
drove
what-
on past. Wait, why would anything happen? I just continued down the road, right? Why did I feel so uneasy then? After thinking for a moment, I'd arrived at a mindset of eliminating whatever option seemed wrong. My guess was that this wouldn't take care of the root of the problem, but I was the type who wouldn't believe that until I tried myself. Wow, they're really just telling you, like, wow, good job picking the wrong one on purpose, dumbass. Turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with a right turn. Tense mountain path continued for a while. Though I didn't feel like falling asleep, I was definitely becoming more and more exhausted, both mentally and physically. Even in this jacket, the force of the wind going by was doing a number on my body, especially as I kept onward for over an hour. I did, however, see a sign above my head that said Fujiyoshi. As I'd decided, I just passed it by, never coming close to Kami Fujiyoshi or Yasumizu. Now I'd just passed the two mountains and reached the town I was told about. Perhaps I should have been more suspicious of the fact that I'd stopped acting on my heart after that. Maybe I was just so tired I couldn't even make such decisions. I could only remember noticing a strangely dense mist surrounding me. But that was when my brain lost all capacity for perception or judgment. Idiot!
Nice.
Idiot!
There we go again.
Idiot! Bike crash! Bike crash strikes again!
Exactly the same thing.
Sheep's just like, back again so soon.
Done it again, eh? Mysterious passing by death.
I love, you can also read that as mysterious passing by death. As in, mysterious death by dying.
Well, this is another enemy check just for the heck of it. Just to make sure it wasn't possible. Fortunately, running away is not an option. Go back and test your luck again.
Alright.
Alright, jeez.
Don't fuck up. Stop that. Chart. Chart.
Heart.
Gotta wait for the animation to finish. It's like Zero Skate.
Yeah, this, by the way, we haven't really messed with this much. This UI fucking sucks. This was the way that it started us. The place where it started us, and we have to drag and click and drag with the mouse to get around. Because this was definitely optimized for mobile.
Yeah, this is not a great UI.
Mm-hmm. I mean, other than that, it's not bad, but it's like the actual interface itself is fine in terms of like being able to parse it, but the fact that it's not easily navigable with your mouse in a way that makes sense is kind of annoying. But enter Fujiyoshi through the normal route and just die again, and then we have to go all the way back. As I finished my drink, I made my decision. I'd return there. I'd face that tragedy again. Of course I was curious about this looping phenomenon, but I did recall what I'd thought during my final moments. It was something like, if only I'd handled this better. And for better or worse, this weird looping phenomenon had given me a chance to do just that. If I went about it all a bit better, perhaps I could get a better ending. Hisako Miya, Yudai Hashimoto, Kanzo Makishima, Yoshitsugu Uribe, Takumi Muro, the old man who cried wolf, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Rikako Ematsu, Kaori Oribe, Kiyonosuke Nosato, Meiko, hell, even Yasunaga Oribe, Tai Yamawaki, and Haru Makishima were just victims of some strange superstition. But I, Haruaki Fusaishi, could not delude myself. Thank you for recapping all of the characters' first and last names except for Chiemi Serizawa. I was no hero. I had no powers, no convictions. I was just a... What?
What the fuck? Dilettante?
Dilettante.
I think that's like a drifter, someone who's just kind of getting by.
Google.
One who dabbles in an art or a field of knowledge, an admirer or lover of the fine arts, an amateur. Okay.
An amateur, especially one who follows an art or branch of knowledge desultorily or for amusement only. So he's a casual in this market. He doesn't live there. I have a distinct feeling that we might be an author.
Loud.
Sorry. My only motivation here was a sense of perfectionism. I was annoyed at how many mistakes I'd made the first time around. Yeah, me too, buddy. Fuck you. But there was a certain attraction I felt toward the unknown. It was an urge foundational to my being.
Also, one particular girl.
Yeah, and I'd be risking my life on its behalf. I wasn't about to pretend I was acting for the sake of others here. Although... Chiemi Serizawa. Though she hated her childhood home, it remained part of who she was, and I wanted to keep that from being tarnished with blood. That motive was perverse, forceful, selfish, lustful, and filthy.
Writer, you say?
And I couldn't let myself forget any of that. Just the way that he talks to himself, it reminds me a bit of Stephen King. And also some of his particular vocabulary. It's also... This translation is also mixed in some places, but I also don't know Japanese, so I can't explain in specific ways why or how. But whatever. I remember the names of those I'd meet, with my handy bomber's notebook, and what I had to do. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with a right turn.
You'll find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight.
I quickly came across it. I could clearly remember this overpass. The large boulder wasn't new to me either, but I wouldn't take that route this time. I just kept on driving.
What the size of a small boulder?
Not lowering my speed for a moment. Full speed ahead. I drove on the winding mountain path. Strangely enough, my fatigue, though present, wasn't too bad, and my head was perfectly clear. I knew which route to take without even looking at my copy of the map. Or maybe I'd driven through here before. Perhaps this wasn't the first choice I'd made, but one of many. I couldn't be sure, and since my memories were so incomplete, nothing was certain. Still... Haruaki voice. Like I always say, 5th time's the charm. Be dead! It'd be an asset in the fight ahead. I wasn't going into this unarmed. I could no longer see the moon. If those memories held true, the rain would begin soon. What?
Eh?
End of the line.
What are you doing here?
You know what I mean, right?
Oh!
You set the upload streaming limit alert message to on, didn't you?
I forgot about that.
This is it. And you can only upload videos reaching up to this chapter.
So, shall we break the law then?
I'm all down for crimes if you guys are.
Crimes, crimes, crimes!
Well, you can actually go up to the choice that pops up after this, so prepare your goodbyes and stuff.
I doubt anyone's gonna really take notice of the stream with like 2 viewers, maybe.
Hey, let's be fair. Raging Loop as a category has 6 whole viewers right now on Twitch.
Oh.
Holy shit.
That's at least 4 more people that could rat us out. I drove in darkness, but I could still make out a sign above me. The road wasn't wide, but I decelerated and somehow managed a U-turn. There were no other cars, so no one would complain. Then what the fuck did we hit? Whatever. I returned and looked at the sign. It said that driving ahead would have led me to Kachihara, while by turning right, I'd find myself in Fujiyoshi. Finally. I don't know why, but seeing his talk spray with his fucking bike helmet on just fucking took me out of it. It was already past midnight, but actually earlier than I'd thought. A 30-minute drive from this point would lead me to Fujiyoshi, or rather, Kami Fujiyoshi, the place that wasn't too popular among Yasumizu's people. Oh, wow, okay.
Whoa.
3 keys, huh?
Question mark.
I have a feeling we're gonna have to die a lot. Oh,
At
boy.
least 3 times.
Oh, a house. My time estimate was more or less right. After 30 or so minutes, I began seeing houses between the hills and the trees. I eventually left the forest and could see as well as anyone could in the middle of the night. It was already raining, and I knew it'd only get worse. I had to do something before that happened. There were next to no city lights, and not a single house I could see was lit up either. However, unlike Yasumizu, the destitute place where most of the houses had been built from wood, the houses here were modern. The road was well paved, too. I could even see some bus stops and vending machines, emphasizing that this was modern Japan. Even if they have an inn or something, I doubt they'd accept someone barging in so late. Some would think there was a way for me to at least get a roof over my head, but I knew that was just a city dweller misconception. Same went for the idea that rural folk were nice enough to let you stay if you just asked nicely. That was just pure delusion. In actuality, rural areas were subject to local legends and traditions, with many of their residents believing good, peaceful lives were only possible thanks to their protection. Of course, that wasn't always wrong, but that was also the reason why many rural people were so cold to outsiders. Hell, this was a village so behind the times it still had a settlement for the ostracized, which they discriminated against so badly. This place was probably even more insular than your average rural village. They wouldn't take kindly to an outsider like me, and would probably be wary the entire time I stayed here. I could only imagine how strongly they'd react if some brown-haired man suddenly drove in on a bike and... Oh, fuck!
You're not on the list.
How are you not on the list?
Look, Clueless, you fool!
Who wants him?
Hey! What are you doing? Stop right there! Get off and come with me!
Was I some sort of idiot? Yes!
Yes.
Yes.
Yes!
We all know this. This is known, buddy.
Source, it is known. Hang on a second.
Hanging on.
I forgot to say I went live in the CATV Discord after making the initial post saying that we were going live at 7:30, and because fucking shit was happening. Like the city boy I just went in there thinking it'd all just work out, and now I'd caught the attention of a police officer. Fucking idiot. So, all right. So to be perfectly clear, the one mystery dude on the casting chart is absolutely nobody. If I look at the file for it, I'll double check because I'm curious now that I'm saying this about.
Why? We don't need to know who he is before we meet him.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
just give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah.
Keep going.
His name, he literally doesn't even have a full art piece for him it's just like shoulders up. So like anyone that other than that one guy, I guess, that's not on the chart, just whoever will take him. But I just completely forgot that there was actually another talk sprite in this. Well, I doubted he'd arrest me or anything, but the fact that there was some weirdo who invaded the village in the middle of the night would spread among the people here in less than a day. Now I'd be treated like a criminal if I wanted to talk to anyone here. The officer looked middle-aged, but what stood out about him was the fact that he seemed like the most generic meathead old man from the countryside. He told me to sit down here and wait until he came back. I could only imagine the chewing out I was in for. Still, I was pretty sure that passing Kamifujiyoshi was one of the main conditions here. I could clearly remember. I had memories of this. Oh, this is going into my Puzzle Time playlist for Dragoni. Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto came there through the normal route, and they weren't considered a problem. They died on the first day of the feast, but that wasn't because they were outsiders. They just violated the feast's rules. They either hadn't cleansed themselves, sheltered all alone, or dreamed. My assumption was that before it had all happened, they'd stayed at an inn or Kamifujiyoshi. They'd only come to Yasumizu on that day for the sake of an article. Unfortunately for them, the mists came and the landslide happened, making it impossible for them to go back to Kamifujiyoshi by car. Then everyone started sheltering, and no one came to help them. Forget the outsider. Old man Konzo and I'll check the other places. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. Yeah, even Takumi-san had tried to cut me off because I was an outsider. Giving me a way to survive, however improvised, was probably a huge risk for Chiemi. I had to keep that in mind. Back to the journalists, though. They'd ended up abandoned in the village plaza, clueless about what was happening. What had they done then? They'd obviously chosen to spend the night in the van. I had no idea how Hashimoto-shi or Mamiya-san fit in there together, but since they hadn't slept alone, they'd broken the shelter rule. Hell, I wasn't sure if the van was a valid source of shelter to begin with, even if locked. That was probably why Hashimoto-shi's body was found with the van. And since Hisako Okay, are we doing Hisako or Hisako? I think it would be Hisako.
Hisako, I guess?
Yeah. Hisako Mamiya.
That would be my gut instinct.
And since Hisako Mamiya had probably roamed around at night, she'd broken the dream rule. I had no idea why she'd gone outside, but it could have been something simple, such as nature calling or a search for a better place to sleep. Of course, as a journalist, she might have smelled a scoop in the ominous village and gone out to gather info. Not to mention they couldn't have taken a bath in their situation, so they obviously hadn't cleansed themselves. And so she died at the hands of that thing. Now, about what had happened to me, I'd died once after leaving the outdoor toilet. Dying because I'd gone outside was understandable, but honestly, I wasn't sure if that toilet even counted as inside. I'd bet that it didn't. And of course, I hadn't bathed or slept, so I broke all the rules. And yet, I'd survived. What had made my situation different then? It was whether I'd been found by that thing or not. Upon seeing me, it recognized me as a rule breaker and executed me. But when it hadn't found me, I'd survived despite breaking all the rules. That meant that the sheltering law was simply a method meant to keep the werewolf-like thing from finding you. The time I'd survived, it tried to force its way in, but failed. Nothing had happened to me because I was locked in, but if the lock was broken or something, I'd have been found and killed easily. Basically, you could avoid the monster by just properly locking yourself in somewhere. So it's not like
stupid luck.
Yeah, it's not like a supernatural, like, I can open your door now type thing. Or like, you are, like, I have decided that you are dying tonight kind of thing. Like, it is a physical creature that has to find and kill you. Mako was proof of that. She was a lost child who'd come from the hated Saranaga, but she'd survived all the way up to the end without succumbing to corruption. That meant the important thing there was to get a lockable residence in Yasumizu with a bath. And that was exactly why arriving via the normal route was necessary. If I'd come from Saranaga again, most of the inhabitants would treat me with distrust and disgust. Distrust and disgust! Confusion and delay. They would treat me with distrust and disgust, driving me away. But if I was a person who'd arrived through Kami Fujiyoshi for whatever reason, they'd be willing to accommodate. Mako was probably only given a place because she was young and because Rikako Uematsu had protected her. I couldn't expect similar treatment. Rikako Uematsu preemptively gave a house to Mako. To a small child like her. That made it seem like she knew the mists and the feast would come. I'd think more on that later, though. It could be that she'd given her a key right after the mists came. Anyway, if I could be like Mako and get a proper place I could stay in, I'd have the right to participate in the Feast of the Yomi Purge. I'd be able to listen to the talks myself, instead of relying on Chiyomi, and be able to contribute my own thoughts. I'd also learn much more about the feast. That'd mean a lot, considering that some people there, especially the elders, wouldn't want to talk about Yasumizu's problems to those outside the feast. Part of me wanted to avoid another tragedy, but the part of me that wanted to find out what was behind this mystery was equally strong. That monster, and the thing that allowed me to still be here, this looping phenomenon, were the main mysteries here. This is another thing that kind of makes me, just again, reminds me of like Stephen King type stuff, where it's like the characters approach, or like Haruaki approaches things as if he is a writer trying to pick apart a draft for like logical fallacies. Like with the way that it's approached, and it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Though I did have some questions about the monster. Although that does also then lead into the whole thing that comes up with Stephen King as well, of this character knows this because the writer knows this, and this character is basically the writer. So this means that the character will come to the exact conclusion that the writer needs them to. Which, for a mystery game, can be difficult to balance. But though I did have some questions about the monster. It hadn't found me when I'd locked myself in the toilet.
Did get hit by a car.
Yeah, they did let us get hit by a car twice. So, you know, clearly he's not that smart, you know. He's logical smart. Like, he would be absolutely amazing at Among Us, but the moment that you tried to play Fortnite with him, he would fumble. It hadn't found me when I locked myself in the... Sorry, I just took a moment to realize how fucking stupid what I just said was. It hadn't found me when I'd locked myself in the toilet. It was probably just curious why it was locked. Couldn't a monster with a wolf head just track me by scent? Why did it half-ass the job? Its failure to eliminate me only made the inhabitants more suspicious of me. There were no feast laws regarding outsiders. That was why it was best for us to just not be present. Looking at the current laws, those who didn't have a place to stay were outsiders, and they had to be removed because of that. The system worked fine for the most part, but then there was me, a proper breach. If that monster meted out the corruption, or meted? Meted? Meted, okay, yeah. If that monster meted out the corruption...
I know that word. It just now occurred to me. I've never actually heard it said out loud.
Yeah, no, it's same here. It's like, I recognize it on sight, but like... Oh. If that monster meted out the corruption, it was on the side of the Great Lord Shinai. As such, it should have used some divine powers or whatever to address the problem. Also, it seemed to me like they'd had the power to unlock doors. Man, this was getting confusing. Luckily, I have this bomber's notebook. Last time, the wolves were Yasunaga Oribe and Tai Yamawaki. According to legend, they had been replaced by wolves who'd come back from the dead, but their story was completely different. They said they were normal people who had wolves as their guardians. That meant that the thing couldn't have been Yasunaga-kun or Tai-san. It was more like an agent of the same side as whatever granted them their powers. So, like, they meet with this wolf spirit and agree who to kill, and then it goes and does the job or something.
No, because the people were killed, like, with guns.
Oh god, that's you just reminded me of Konzo's death scene. That was...
Yeah.
Ugh. I had no idea why they were granting the protection of the Guardians,
Yeah.
but from what I could tell, Guardians were like fragments of divine power.
Yeah, the deaths themselves were all, aside from the reporters, were all from perfectly mundane.
And Yoshitsugu.
Yeah.
That's right.
Had wolf hair in his... Oh god. And if you were on the same side as the one who granted those powers, couldn't you just use the unlocking power whenever you wanted? Why would a supernatural being make such a careless mistake? Any assumptions made beyond this point would just be grasping at straws and bias my observations. I'd just stop here for now. Anyway, it was imperative I got myself a place to stay. Like a jail cell. What was I doing here, anyway? I'd been theorizing about this and that for almost half an hour now. Dawn was close. I only had a little over 10 hours until the mists came, and I had to find a secure place to stay within that time. That was hard to begin with, but as things stood, it was outright impossible. Did I have to run away? What if I just ran away to Yasumizu, said I came from Kamifujiyoshi like it was no big deal, and asked them to let me live there? Well, they had enough imagination to suspect me. Also, I don't think you're very good at lying. or at least not a lie that dumb and transparent.
Yeah.
I definitely needed someone from Kamifujiyoshi to vouch for me, and for that, I had to find something that could turn this around. I looked around the police box. Oh, that's right. I forgot that that's what police boxes are for. Just shoving criminals in
They're
them.
not just for traveling through time.
Yeah. Well, you see, in my brain, I always associated it with like the actual phone part, but that's on the outside. You put the criminals inside.
I don't think that's what they're for.
Isn't there?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just a telephone booth, but for the police specifically.
Yeah, it's like a tiny office inside there.
Is it? Okay.
That's not to show crooks into.
I mean, Haruaki does deserve to be shoved into a locker. A tidy desk, a rotary phone. This felt like the place of an officer from the mid-20th century. There were wanted posters on the walls. Oh, they'd caught that guy. One of the men even had the look of a criminal. And that one... a serial killer, huh? It was possible he was lurking in the area, huh? That was pretty freaky. Finally, I heard some noise. The door opened and the officer returned.
Didn't run away? Got guts.
I should have ran.
What was that?
Oh, he wasn't the one to mess around. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong.
What's your name?
Haruaki Fusaishi. Haru from Sun, and Aki from Meiji for Haruaki, and Fusa from Workshop, and Ishi from Stone for Fusaishi.
That makes a lot more sense in Japanese, I'm certain of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of
how
this...
Japanese names work.
Yeah. And it's also part of the reason why every single character, especially when he was reintroducing them, was given their first and last name, which is a little clunky in English, but hey, we barely get visual novels like this in English to begin with. Beggars can't be choosers.
Fusa Ishi. What a weird name. Must not be fake, kid.
Rude.
You from Tokyo?
Yes, I am. It was like anyone weird was from Tokyo to them. Some serious stereotyping there. He was right, though.
How old are you?
24.
Huh? What's your job?
I'm a student.
College, eh? So you got a good head, but no common sense.
I just drove on the road at night. That was so unfair. I wanted to talk back so badly.
So, why are you here?
Excellent question, actually.
Very good question, yes.
He lowered his voice a bit. That was the main matter here, and how he treated me would change depending on my answer. What angle did I have to take? Oh, boy. I got lost. I went on a bike trip and lost my way. I just told him the truth. There's nothing shady about that, and telling him some cheap lies would only make him suspicious.
Really?
He put it on a threatening tone. I really wish he didn't stare at me like that. What, did he expect me to fall for him? Really? I'd been wandering around the mountains for hours before finding a convenience store. An employee told me about this place.
Convenience store? Told you to come here?
There hasn't been a convenience store there for 20 years, kid.
Oh!
She hadn't told me to go to Kami Fujiyoshi, but she had told me about Yasumizu. I'd just tell the truth until the end. She told me about a settlement in the mountains that's not even on the map. I kindly refused, and then she told me about here.
That's strange.
Is there a settlement like that?
Beats me.
Huh. That was clearly an act. He looked away. Man, this guy was honest.
Well, I get it. There's nothing special about you, huh?
Yes. Something about his outfit with the plain brown background and just the yes just fucking made me think about you know exactly what I'm about to say, don't you, Mush? Why do they call it oven?
Why do they call it an oven?
Anyway.
About not the food of it. About hot, eat the food.
I know the meme, but I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
James Sunderland from no, fuck.
Oh, from Silent Hill?
Yeah, Silent Hill 2. At the edit of the
like
ending
this.
where
Yeah.
he's
I
just
have
got
not
a
seen
green
that particular
jacket.
edit.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a green jacket instead, much like Ethan Winters. It's the find my lost wife fit, as they put it. Anyway.
I see. Well, you should stop going around at night and disturbing the peace like that.
I'd have appreciated an apology for treating me with so much suspicion, but I had more important things to talk about. Anyway,
Cops don't apologize, they're always right.
yeah. Would you mind if I spent a night here and...
Alright, I'll show you the way to the road.
Huh? But I'm so tired.
You can complain, you'll be just fine.
My fuel's running low.
I'll give you some for my scooter.
I don't feel so good.
Then you should hurry up and go!
Is something going on here?
Nope.
I wasn't even looking into my eyes as he said that. He'd gotten on his scooter and saw me off until the crossroads. Man, what a great guy! I didn't expect him to go this far. Yeah, right. Why the hell did he want me out so badly? Well, at least the rain stopped. This was the only good thing about this. Was this some special time of the year when the presence of outsiders was bad? Was it worth chasing me out, even if it seemed unnatural? That seemed like a decent guess. Even if the mists hadn't shown up for decades now, if the legends were deeply rooted in local culture, there would still be related traditions alive. Or maybe he was sure something bad was going to happen. Or was he on the side that'd make it happen? Did they have a means to create such a dense mist? Mists happen when the air cooled and the water vapor in the air couldn't stay gaseous. It was basically small water droplets. The mechanism by which they worked could easily be replicated in a lab. They even did it on educational TV. Haruaki Fusaishi watches Bill Nye.
Bill!
Bill Nye, the dying guy.
Oh no!
Though I found it hard to believe they could reproduce a scale vast enough to hide an entire settlement. They'd need some device that'd no doubt be large and heavy, and it'd have to be in the Saranaga Rapids of all places. Though I'd only been to Saranaga when I couldn't see anything either because it was at night or misty. If the mist was made by some huge machine put there by Kami Fujiyoshi people, I'd be really fucking pissed, to say the least. That'd be a really shitty twist. Though Takumi-san did say he'd had to pick up corpses from Saranaga. Even if it was forbidden ground, it wasn't likely they could just install a device like that there without anyone noticing. That was how it was in some novel, wasn't it? The corpse was there to begin with, but they just couldn't perceive it. I'd have liked to believe it in something a tad more realistic. In the end, I had to keep going toward the area called Kachihara. Maybe I'd get to rest there. If I returned the next day, the cop would surely snap at me. Would I even go back? The fatigue was getting the better of me. I knew it was a good idea to stop, but no, I actually didn't know it. I wasn't able to think straight. Mist? Now?
Dun dun dun.
Was it artificial? No, that didn't make any sense. My mind was hazy, and I could no longer make sense of anything.
The gas the cop gave you. It was fog gas!
No! I can't believe we've fucking crashed and died 3 times tonight.
We're really earning that bike crash coon title.
Yep. Nice, officer. Game over. Yeah, we're gonna watch End Corner again.
Oh, you've done it now, eh, Chief? This one's kind of hard to explain.
No, it's not. We crashed because we ran into the mist.
Mysterious, suspiciously nice officer death. Should have gotten key 5 from this. You think about where it should be used, the rest should fall into place.
Get more keys, idiot. Infiltration. Interrogation answer.
So why are you here?
Now we can't. We do need both, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I followed after my girlfriend. I had an idea. Well,
Nothing ever comes good from having an idea.
What? Say it.
I heard that the girl I dedicated my heart to lived somewhere around here, so I came looking for her. There. He acted like he didn't care, but he was definitely interested. Here in human society, love stories were a supreme form of entertainment and a good excuse for doing all sorts of weird things.
So you're gonna get booted out for being a stalker now.
You're climbing back up my list of protagonists, Haruaki. You're getting back up there. Anything was possible when a girl or a guy was involved.
Well, you say that, but no one here actually went to Tokyo.
We met elsewhere.
Oh?
When I went to Karuizawa to recover from the after effects of the bird flu. And so I wove for him a dramatically majestic story of how I'd grown close to the woman I'd dedicated my life to. The cop was
Wow.
really into it. He looked like he didn't care at first, but by the time I got to the part where she first invited me to her house, he displayed a childlike enthusiasm. Eventually, we became true lovers, but she said she couldn't throw away her childhood home, which led to a tearful goodbye. At that point, the cop was fully invested in the girl returning back home.
So you threw away the city and came after her, huh? Oh.
He smiled like he was about to pat me. I definitely captured his heart.
But was there a girl like that here? What's your fiance's name?
Beyonce.
There it was. Everyone in rural areas knew each other, so trying to make up a person wouldn't get anywhere. But that wasn't a problem for me. I had the perfect name in mind. She's Chiemi Serizawa.
Get out.
Huh?
Get out. Right now.
He stood up and approached me so menacingly I felt he was about to attack me. In the end, he jumped on his scooter and led me to some crossroads, clearly intent on getting me as far away from Fujiyoshi as possible. I was now heading toward the so-called Kachihara area. The rain had already stopped, but it was tiring to drive along the still slick asphalt. I knew Chiemi and Fujiyoshi were distant, to say the least, and she'd been out of the village. They couldn't have known what she'd been up to. I thought that'd make my story more believable, but what the hell was that reaction? The thing that set him off was Chiemi's name. She told me she almost killed someone with a bat. Was her reputation that bad? Even if it was that the right reaction to make? You'd expect something like, I really think you shouldn't, and the like. Was it because she was from Yasumizu? That'd make sense. If they didn't want outsiders to know about Yasumizu, it makes sense for them to chase away anyone coming to meet her. But that only made them look more suspicious.
Nah, just Chip doesn't deserve love.
She sucks, I hate her. Anyway, what now? Maybe I'd try coming back again after getting some rest at the nearest town. But from what I could tell, entering Yasumizu from Kami Fujiyoshi wouldn't be as easy as I'd first thought. The fatigue was getting the better of me. I knew it was a good idea to stop, but no, I actually didn't know it. I wasn't able to think straight. Mist?
And here we go again.
Now? Was it artificial? No, that didn't make any sense. My mind was hazy, and I could no longer
Same
make sense of it.
description.
I'm spaghetti.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Crashing my bike already.
Mom spaghetti. Mom spaghetti. Taboo name. Bad ending number 9. Watch hint corner? Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck was that all about?
Done it now, ain't she? Things got rough again, huh? What happened? Time. Mysterious Chiemi's name overreaction death. Take a good look at key 6 contents in its relation to the places it can be used on the scenario chart. Go back and look for the other keys.
The keys and descriptions?
Dumbass. Oh, actually, yeah, let's take a look. How's the Raging Kloop going? It's going well. We've crashed our fucking bike 4 times!
Please don't use the phrase "kloop" ever again.
Oh, so,
Please do, actually.
So for anytime we're trying to plan streams for ongoing series, I like to make when to meet forms, and I give them unique names each time. And the one that I named it this time was if we got older every time, it would be an aging loop. So I have dozens of those lined up. So it's only going to get worse.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I think in total, so we've crashed our bike 4 times tonight, plus 1 from the initial incident. So let's keep a tally going.
5.
Bike
Like we were
crash.
saying, bike crash, Coon.
5. Yeah, baby, like the fact that So for anyone watching the VOD, this is the day that the Switch 2 came out, and Dachi's expressing frustration that Donkey Kong has 1 costume. Baby Rosalina has 5.
Okay.
That's
really,
one.
I couldn't get DK to wear clothes, is the thing.
That's 1 Baby Rosalina costume for every bike crash. Time to fucking snap. What's it to you, huh? Mush?
Mush?
Sorry, hang on a moment. The window closed, I couldn't get it back. Huh?
This is Japan! We're free to go wherever! I can be wherever I want, whenever I want, damn it!
What the hell's up with you?
I'm tired of dying, damn it! I know I come back, but dying really hurts!
You damn punk.
I know this route's a dead end too. What next then? You want me to dance naked? Some taste you've got there, God!
I dare you to do it, you shit.
Just shut up and let me stay here! Let me go into Yasumizu and make it look normal! Ah!
Yeah, he went crazy. What the hell? Hello? Hello? All right, I'll shoot him.
Jesus! Ah!
Nice.
Okay.
So we're gonna read the key descriptions this time, or just skip that again?
Bad ending number 10. All right, hang on. Wait, was the key description on that screen, or is it like in the
No,
menu?
we said we were going to, and then we didn't do that.
You're right, because I got distracted because it said snap, and I was like, well, that's gonna be interesting. All right, let's watch Hint Corner, and then we'll do it.
You don't know, eh, Chief? I mean, yeah, you did, but... I guess I should give a hint anyways. Death by nonsensical turn of events. Well, mood aside, I hope you at least learn not to get violent with police officers. Now that you've obtained key 7, you have all you need to get by that officer. 3 keys unlocking a new choice.
Don't fuck it up. That's a tall order. Chart.
Yeah, what's this first?
Hang on, wait. Map. Keys. Aha!
Keys.
Sink into nirvana. Why are these spaced out like a fucking poem? It's kind of fun.
I think they are poems.
Mist appeared in Yasumizu Fujiyoshi. The residents were oddly afraid of it, and after ignoring Chiyomi's warning, I was killed by a wolf-faced human lurking in the mist. But what's even stranger is I should be dead, yet here I am, racking my brain over these mysteries. What in the world is happening? As an outsider, I was both protected and a pariah, thus the feast ended in failure, and the cruel wolves declared their perfect victory. We tried to defy the law and flee the village, but what we found was none other than Yomi itself, apparently. Chiami's body fell apart while Mako and I met with supernatural deaths. This result is unacceptable. Either I win in the feast, or... Nice, officer. I think I have to enter Yasumizu through Kami Fujiyoshi to participate in the feast, but I was arrested by a local cop who kicked me out of Fujiyoshi before I had the chance to eat it, blah, blah, blah. I need to come up with a different way. Taboo name. Len is playing Deltarune.
Who isn't?
Us.
Me.
Yeah.
We're playing this instead.
Berserk. Anyway, there's only so far you can take a joke.
I was arrested by a local cop and proceeded to snap and get shot.
How many keys are there?
20.
20.
And they still started us with key number 2.
Yep.
Fuck you!
I
Key
get the
1's
feeling
gonna be the
key 1 is
last
going
one.
Oh, you
Yeah,
fucking
going-
know it.
either the last one or very at the end.
Okay, well, I said you fucking know it because, like, fucking obviously, but, like, I literally know the answer, and yes, it is the last one, and it still makes me mad! Alright. Entering the village. Drink booze from convenience store.
Fuck this! I'm getting drunk.
I stopped my bike. Then I flipped out the kickstand and locked it in place. After opening up the toolbox under the seat, I hid my license, ID, and business card, anything related to me, basically, inside it. Kami Fujiyoshi was just ahead. If I came in like that, the officer would surely catch me and then chase me away. I had to find another way to convince that old man to let me stay. I reached into the bag of stuff I'd bought in the convenience store and took something out. It was a cup of refined sake. I quickly gulped it down. Oh, it's so bad! Cheap or not, just chugging sake like this was plain disrespectful. No trying this at home, kids. Not that kids could drink anyways. Unfortunately, my life and fate and whatever were on the line here. Next cup. Third cup. Oh god, he's taking shots for every time he's crashed his bike! He is Leon! 4. Of course it stops at 4. It couldn't have been 5. That would have been too perfect. If it has to be 4 because that's the Japanese thing for death, right?
The hell are you? Drunk? Never seen you here before.
Yep.
Oh, you freak! Where are you from? Why are you out so late?
Yep.
Ugh, alright, just come with me.
All light. Typo in the game,
Oh.
get his ass.
All Earl.
Oh no, is it all capital IGHT?
Oh, well, no, it really
No, I
doesn't
think
matter.
that's a lowercase
It's
L.
something's wrong.
Yeah, I realize this.
Yeah, look, they're both in that sense. They look identical.
This man always let me go as long as I was good for driving. It was best just to not talk at all. Come all drunk.
I'm a
Woohoo!
genius!
Woohoo!
Big brain moments.
Shut up, dumbass! You're disturbing the neighbors.
I'm playing Mario Kart World. Driving my bike, crashing it 5 times. Hell yeah. Monday. Okay. All right. Okay.
How do you feel about this plan now, Haruaki?
I need some black coffee. Where was I? Oh. My head, back, it hurt all over. Tatami and a blanket. So he really let me spend the night here, just as I'd planned.
Just as planned.
Yeah. All according to Keikaku. The officer was actually a nice guy. Not like I couldn't tell. He was just rough and simple. Basically, the way to get around him was to get him to think there was nothing more to me than met the eye.
Oh, you awake? Let's talk for a bit.
Alright. It was time.
He's still here.
So let me get this straight. You got no money, can't find a job, got chased from your apartment, left by your girl, and your parents are already gone.
I mean, this is not incorrect.
Came to the mountains to drink yourself stupid and die, but couldn't finish the job, huh?
This is where we're lying, but, you know, we... Actually, no! No! We did come here explicitly to drink ourselves stupid and also die. Does not, we didn't drink ourselves
In
stupid.
that order.
We couldn't drink ourselves stupid to die. That was not the reason we were drinking ourselves stupid. We were drinking ourselves stupid so we could not die.
So we could live.
Big brain. It's
We'll
like,
still die.
yeah. Did you die? Sadly, yes. But I lived! Yes.
Tokyo's hell, isn't it?
Yes. After I spent an hour lying about myself, the officer looked at me with a sympathetic expression.
If you ask me, you should have tried to look more proper than that.
Yes, I'll think about it. Next time I get turned around and get told to leave and then crash my bike and die. Basically, I didn't talk unless prompted, nor did I argue with him. This guy was definitely good-natured, but he was also rough around the edges, chatty, and a bit preachy. In this case, I just kind of let him set the pace. I was about to ask him something outrageous after all. I needed to be completely on board with his story. The front door was made of glass, and when people passed me on the farm road in front, they all gave me funny looks. It was early morning, but the people of Kamifujiyoshi were already aware and concerned about my presence, an outsider.
Well, dying ain't good.
Yes. Just too scared to die even when drunk.
It didn't seem that way.
Sometimes you're so scared you can't help but laugh.
Yeah, that's so. Well, what do you want to do now?
I paused to make it seem like I was hesitating. I want to make a fresh start, but I've got nowhere to go. I faked some steers. I faked some tears and quivered as I spoke.
I just want to be a
Fire
cowboy.
goddamn house? My wife's from Miyazaki. Got a small workshop there. Want to give that a try?
Wait, fuck, Dragoni just remind. I want to be a cowboy, baby. It's basically how we
That's what
rode
we're
into
doing for you,
town. Huh? Your wife is from Kyushu?
Yeah, she's a tough woman.
How'd you meet her?
Well, when I was still 20. Hours later.
And so he began his grandiose hour-long talk about his youthful romance. The words
It's
karma.
fruitful yeomans.
Yeah, his ruthful yeomance. That's a flavor of yogurt that they offer. Danimals cross over with raging loop. The words karma and a curse rebound came to mind. Apparently, he wasn't a Fujiyoshi inhabitant at the start. He and his wife were only living here in the sticks because he was the local officer. It was then that said wife, a plump and pleasant woman, came out and served us tea. So they really were living here. Eventually, they got so lovey-dovey it was hard for me to talk. I instead considered what to do next. I mean, this made it really hard for me to say I wanted to make a fresh start here in Fujiyoshi. Even his wife suggested I went to work for her family back in Kyushu. Such nice people. Exactly the type that gets swindled. Yeah. If we weren't on a quest to solve a time loop, I could foresee this exact thing panning out with someone that actually was trying to just swindle someone. I don't know. That's a completely different visual novel, though. That sounds great. But this place is nice, too, isn't it? There's lots of nature. I think I could take it easy here. Oh my, who's the officer's wife?
I haven't talked today.
Yeah, go for it. It was mostly
it's so
rhetorical.
Convenient. It's all surrounded by mountains.
I have a feeling like I was brought here for a purpose. Like, maybe I'd meet someone?
Well, you did. You met us, didn't you?
Damn, she was a tough one. This is the first time anyone has been so nice to me.
Oh dear. Please don't cry.
I want to pay you back. Can I work somewhere in this village? I got to the heart of the matter, but the guy didn't look enthusiastic. His wife left the room, leaving behind the two of us and an awkward silence.
I don't think you should.
Huh?
I mean, this place is full of old people. It's not like we have any local exports or anything. Most you can expect is odd jobs, but...
That's good enough for me. I don't even need any money.
That's great and all, but there's a town not far from here.
I want to work here.
Well, how do I put it? People here are a bit strange, you see.
He went and said it. Listening to his story had made me guess that he wasn't under Fujiyoshi's sway to the degree others were. They'd lived here for 20 years, but in some small ways, they were still outsiders. The bitterness in his expression was more than enough to give me that impression. Strange.
Forget I said that. Anyway, don't take this the wrong way, but you should find some other...
Suddenly I heard a sound coming from the outside. It was a town broadcast. That's the song. That's the song. That's the song.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, now I hear it.
Some speakers somewhere in the village were playing some unclear music, and it was...
Oh, that surprised you? It's the sign at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's when we should have started. Yeah, I'd heard this music back in Yasumizu. It was both a children's song and a playground singing game. Chiamide said it was called Prayer to Shinai. This is a long-ass town tune you got here. So it was a song revering Great Lord Shinai. But from what I remembered, it was about the Feast of the Yomi Purge. It's a strange melody.
I forget what it's called. It's been around here for generations.
So the village as a whole had inherited it. There wasn't anything strange about that, really. Even if its roots were a cruel legend, the passage of time would eventually erode said legend's significance.
Ring around the rosy.
Yeah, pocket full of posy. Just introduce something like a wolf bullying festival, and it would be nothing more than a decent song to serve as a morning alarm for the villagers. That was only true if the legend's meaning had been forgotten. What happened next was shocking, even to someone who had their suspicions about the nature of this place. One by one, people started coming out of their homes, forming a crowd. The road before the office was full of people traveling from right to left. Where had this many people even come from? I couldn't get any good looks at their expressions, but they were all hanging their heads despondently. Were they just tired?
No, I'm just sick of this song, man.
What's going on?
We're going to the watering hole.
Watering hole?
Eatery. Everyone eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner there.
That was it. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, it's got something to do with there being a ban on using fire because it could burn the mountain. So the watering hole did it in secret. That's why everyone here eats at the watering hole instead of their homes. Meal times are dictated by the Higuchi, so...
Ah! Ah! It's
Oh,
him!
Jesus.
It's him!
What about us?
The door suddenly opened up and I heard a soft voice I didn't recognize. Surprised, the officer and I turned around. It was a man in a suit. Average build, his face was round, and he looked a bit shy of middle-aged.
It's nothing, Higuchi-san.
And it turned out he was a member of one of the four-head families here, the Higuchi. That was the family Kaori Oribe had married into, but when her husband, the family's head, died, she was sent to Yasumizu. That means this man was related to Yasunaga-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun. I couldn't see a resemblance. I was definitely intrigued, though. Fujiyoshi had a tradition of using the watering hole to feed themselves, and if the Higuchi family wasn't... Right, Higuchi or Higuchi? Whatever. Was in charge
We're gonna be here all day.
Yeah, we're gonna forget every single time we say it, especially because it's not a main character name. That gave them an influential position. People needed food to stay alive, and if they didn't have any way to cook, they wouldn't even consider making food for themselves. I could only imagine the power a family could have if it was in charge of all the local food and drink. Kaori Oribe-san was in charge of a dining hall too. Her relation to the Higuchi probably had something to do with that. Perhaps she'd been sent there to fill that role? But if that was the case, the idea that Yasumizu had been completely abandoned wasn't true at all. It'd mean that Kami Fujiyoshi was actually controlling what went on there.
Everyone was talking about this person. Who is he?
Name's Fusaishi. Kid went through some bad stuff, wandered here wanting to die.
That sounds quite awful.
Higuchi gave me a genuinely sympathetic smile. No need for that. I think I wasn't in the right mind. Sorry for the bother.
Well, that's all fine and good.
I see. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoji Higuchi. I am in charge of the odd jobs around here.
So when you say you're in charge, does that mean I'm in charge or in charge? Pleased to meet you. I am Haruaki Fusaishi.
You are quite stylish. A hunk, as they say?
Thanks, the guy who did the art for this game draws muscle men. I'm not kidding.
I can believe that. I've seen two of the characters in particular.
Yeah, no, like, as soon as you lay your eyes on Takumi, it's pretty clear. He's like, oh, this guy knows how to draw muscles. This guy's a muscle man. I wouldn't say so.
May I ask what you were talking about?
about to eat. Can't you leave it for later?
Ah, I forgot. You always make your own food. Oh, but... have you had breakfast yet, Fusaishi-san? Care to join us? My family runs an eatery. We can treat you.
This guy is like the single most shady character we have ever met, and he wasn't even in the fucking Purge at all. Like, if there was ever a character that I look at and I'm like, you look like you did something, it's the normal-looking dude in this cast of anime-ass characters.
And we've been staring at this guy on the casting chart every stream so far.
You know who else? You know who else draws Muscle Man? My mom! I'm glad someone picked up on that.
It might also be a good chance to talk. Don't worry. Looking after Fujiyoshi is part of my role. I'd like to know everything there is to know about what's happening here.
I'm curious now, actually.
うちはこれから飯に。
そうか。
I don't know why I thought
いつも
that they
ご自
might.
宅で
I,
炊事
I,
をされ
part
て
of
る
me
んで
thought
した
that they
ね。
wouldn't have had voices.
あ、そうだ。
He looked gentle and easy to get along with, but also like someone I had to watch my step around. He walked right up to the local police officer and asked him for information like it was a casual request. It was clear who was in charge here. I gave the officer a glance out of the corner of my eye, but he'd stopped talking. I felt like the conversation I had had with him could have led me to sharing breakfast with him and his wife. But he hadn't said anything about Shoji Higuchi she inviting me. It was like he was telling me to accept it. Or perhaps there was just no point in trying to refuse. May I? Even so, I did ask for his permission.
I have him after breakfast.
The officer didn't even want to talk to me anymore.
There's still some things I'd like to ask him.
Perhaps Fujiyoshi was a place where, in his presence, you couldn't even have a conversation without him involved.
Yes, yes, of course.
This guy looks like one of the cast members of the board game Clue, and I'm trying to place if he looks more like Mr. Green or Mr. Body.
I've never played Clue enough times to actually know.
Just
who any of the
vibes
characters
wise. I mean, like vibes like the main characters are Mr. Green, Professor Plum, Ms. Scarlet, Mrs. White, Ms. Peacock, and then there's a sixth one who I'm forgetting, but I'm pretty sure he's also Colonel Mustard.
Colonel Mustard.
Colonel Mustard is the funniest name. And then Mr. Body is usually just some faceless dude. Except in the movie, which is kick-ass, which we're gonna watch sometime. Anyway, it was decided. The sky was clear. The eatery was split into several buildings around the village. From what Higuchi had told me, Fujiyoshi had a population of about 1,000 people. It's pretty small for an autonomous area, but it was still enough to make eating in one building impossible. We went into one of them. It was crowded, but upon seeing us, the villagers stepped aside as if this was all planned. Apparently, everyone here did what they could to accommodate Higuchi. Also, everyone was staring at me like I was an alien or something, but it felt like Higuchi-shi's presence discouraged them from staring too long. That attitude aside, everyone here looked pretty normal. Your usual Japanese people. The lethargy from before was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they just looked lethargic because it was an early morning. Most looked like they were farmers, but I could also see some students in uniforms bearing the same design as the ones worn by the students in Yasumizu. The building itself was an aged wooden structure, but it was a whole lot bigger than the one in Yasumizu, and looked way sturdier too. There was a really bright spotlight in the middle of the room though, so I couldn't really get a lay of the land. The interior wasn't too pretty, but it was spacious. You grabbed a tray right after walking in, and then got tea and rice bowls or whatever from the ladies and aprons. It felt like a high school cafeteria, but you couldn't choose what you wanted. You could refuse what you didn't want, though.
Oh, I'll look after him, don't worry.
I have never trusted a line of dialogue less. He spoke to the elderly woman one after another and made them stop staring at me with suspicion. Then we took our trays and, without paying anything, apparently they had something like union dues for that. How effective. Walked away. Parting the crowd, we searched for a place to sit down.
It's a bit cramped in here, but please do eat.
I really appreciated getting to eat a normal meal. Lots of rice, miso soup, one with vegetables and boiled beans. Thought it was vegetarian at first, but then felt something meaty inside.
It's shishi. Not used to it. Doesn't taste that strange, does it?
Google, DuckDuckGo, shishi. Shishi. Like, you know shishi? Boar?
Not specifically. In here, deer, boar, all the wild meat's called shishi.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
game.
heard that shishi once used to be the Japanese reading for meat before it became nuku.
I'm surprised you know that. The people of this area have been hunting for a long time, and even now the hunters share what they catch, like they did with this.
Hadn't thought I'd ever eat wild game in some communal eatery. Lucky me. God! Oh God! Fuck, the way he just said communal eatery there, you know what this fucking just gave me a vivid flash of? Fucking Jonestown.
Huh.
Ugh.
I'm not sure there's certainly some weird vibes going on here, but it doesn't seem like it's anywhere close to that level.
No, well, okay. We don't have a big, like, charismatic leader, but just the visual of everyone glumly or, like, solemnly marching towards a communal, like, meeting place, and just, I don't know. My mind also just goes to the worst possible conclusions. Though the taste was kind of bland overall. I could detect some soy sauce on the vegetables, while the boiled beans, almost red-bodied beans. Well, the boiled beans were kind of sweet. Bodied beans is what happens to the beans in Killer Bean. Every time that they ragdoll around, that's what we call them. The soup stock, too, made me think they used the minimal amount of flavoring. The miso soup didn't really seem like miso soup. It was more like a stew, probably because shishi was the only thing they used for the stock. I tasted more of it and realized that the overboiled meat still had a sort of beastly texture and smell about it. Beastly for the Wii, and on, like, fucking ABC, I think. I don't know. Dumb joke. I couldn't call it good, but it was a unique local meal not everyone had the chance to eat. I was grateful for the experience. The eatery was still crowded as the people came and went, but Higuchi didn't seem bothered as we talked. I kept up with him during the conversation, repeating the same lies I'd told to the officer, and making sure to look as much a poor, unfortunate soul as I could.
Poor unfortunate
I was
soul.
desperately trying to remember. He smiled all the way through, even as he interjected now and again. I felt like he was at least 100 times craftier than the officer, and wondered if it was my inner contrarian speaking. After that, Higuchi and I returned to the officer's post, but...
What would you say to Fusaishi-san moving to Fujiyoshi?
It was what I'd wanted to hear, but I couldn't let it show on my face. While the officer was against it, he didn't intend to argue too strongly. He and Higuchi discussed some things, but it seemed like Higuchi already knew how he'd treat me, and it didn't look like the officer's take mattered to him. After a few exchanges, the officer caved, and it was my turn to speak.
You're okay with this too, aren't you, Fusaishi-san?
Now that was a smile I couldn't say no to even if I wanted to. Well, it really did seem like the heads of Kami Fujiyoshi were a twisted bunch. Yes, this opportunity is a godsend for me.
You can settle in right away, but it's going to be a place a short distance from here.
You're basically sending me to my death, and you know it. Was he serious? I don't mind. What kind of place is it?
I'll tell you more in a moment. Oh, that reminds me, we had some people already headed there.
Those two, huh?
We'll ask them to take you there.
Hell yes, I get to ride in the van! There was no mistaking it. He smiled like he was harmless while forcing me into the settlement for the ostracized. So, do I have to sign anything?
We can take care of that later. I know someone in Tokyo. He can act as a proxy for that.
The less paper trail there is, the better.
Anyway, we must start with your place of residence. You'd be a bother if you stayed in the officer's post after all. I'll talk to the ones going there. Don't worry, they are from the city too. Oh, I'll have to tell the locals about you too. I'll be quite busy, but I'm sure I can get it all done by lunch. Anyway, goodbye for now.
He one-sidedly ended the conversation and left the post. Nice guy. On the surface, anyway.
Yeah.
The officer understood the situation and didn't like it, but couldn't go against one of the heads. This was probably why Chiamide said we couldn't trust the police. In Fujiyoshi, even government institutions were only a secondary authority. Anyway, what could I make of this? Did I actually expect to be sent to Yasumizu? The people here had no interest in harboring outsiders. We weren't welcome. Or maybe they wanted to avoid the initial trouble caused by my immigration and by making me live with the ostracized until I got used to the village. Whatever the case, this wasn't something I had a say in, which made it seem really bad. That was probably why the officer was so against it. I could understand that. Higuchi, on the other hand, seemed a bit heavy-handed with all this. I could understand him wanting to set me up with a place quickly, but as someone who knew about the feast, I couldn't help but be suspicious of the timing. The mists would come this evening.
I wouldn't tell that to anyone.
Repeat that? Sorry?
You couldn't tell that to anyone. Can't
Yeah,
make them
no,
suspicious.
like, the moment that we say anything about knowing about the feast, we are getting fucking lynched so quickly. He wanted to give Yasumizu a new inhabitant until then. Did Higuchi or a head of Ikami Fujiyoshi understand what that meant? Ah! Dobby character!
Have you ever read Kyuko Hosei's articles?
Sorry. I went through a highly familiar exchange and finished my introduction to Hisako Mamiya a second time. Hashimoto! Yeah! My man! Woo!
This guy has said one word in this series so far.
Hello. It's nice to meet you.
Hello.
And we just doubled it, boys! Yeah! Hashimoto! He was as hard to deal with as always. Higuchi worked fast, thorough too. He'd gotten back to me before noon, and before I knew it, I was greeting the ones who'd lead me to my place. Just as I'd expected, they were the journalists. It just dawned on me. This is just what's the reporter duo from Pokemon Emerald?
Gabby and Ty.
Gabby and Ty, yes.
I'm impressed you remember that offhand.
They're great. I love those two.
I when I was a kid, I would fight them as often as I could.
Same.
Higuchi-san said that you already contacted the people in Yasumizu. What about you? You ready?
Yes. I'm more worried about you, in fact.
Oh, we're alright. We can get there at noon. We won't have to stay hungry for long.
Alright, before this track stops playing again, I have a story. At one point when I was watching one of Jeff Thu's hottest trash videos for a given season, I don't remember which specific anime it was. I'm fairly certain it was a romance thing, or trash for her specifically, because it was, but then I heard in the background, I was like, wait a fucking second! And it was this music. It was this song. And I had a moment, and I was like, oh, that's where he gets all of his fucking music for his videos from. So it's not just, like, the most, like, obvious video game soundtracks or, like, things that get claimed by using anime soundtracks. Like, he uses, like, visual novels and obscure things. But that also means that I could send him like a Patreon message and just be like, hey, what's your feelings on this game? Because I'm curious now. Anyway. All right, refocusing. I see. So you intended to come later for their convenience?
Yeah. He said we should avoid coming when the people there are eating. Honestly, I wanted to cover that eating environment, so this is a bit of a stroke of luck.
Oh, so this probably also had something to do with the people of Fujiyoshi not wanting to show their daily lives to outsiders. They could have just refused them completely, though. Did the journalists have connections that made them impossible to refuse? Or did they want to show what a developed settlement it was? Or maybe they had no intention of letting them go. Unlikely. If they killed anyone from Yasumizu, or some nobody like me, they could easily conceal it due to how isolated the location was. But the two journalists had come here to make an article. If something were to happen to them here, it'd be certain to draw unwanted attention to the village. On the other hand, if Kami Fujiyoshi's people knew that the feast was near, they probably wouldn't have allowed them here.
I think we should head over now. What do you think, Hashimoto-san?
Fine.
Look at that smile! I love him. Whoa, he was slow, but he actually communicated with someone. That was rare. So, sorry for the bother, and thank you for having me.
No worries.
That was the first exchange I'd shared with him, in this life anyway.
Of course. Now, get in.
The van started slowly traveling
I
down
like
the
him.
thin, paved road. I know, he's great! The van started slowly traveling down the thin, paved road between the farms. Come to think of it, May was rice planting season. The field had water all over it and didn't display a single weed. It was full of people planting rice seedlings by hand. They're not using machines.
Looks like it. People here don't seem to like modern technology.
Like, fucking, yo, how's the tractor treating you? Pump shotgun, werewolves in the tractor. What? Werewolves in the tractor. Combines and tractors aren't that new, if you ask me. I'm impressed they're doing such a good job by hand.
I'm not sure they are. I swear the big families here are trying to get heavy machinery for the job.
I see. Like Higuchi-san?
I heard that the Meguruma were in charge of farming developments.
I see. So they have money, huh?
Seems so. Not quite sure how that works.
Something has to work here. Or something has to work here?
How do I put this? What I mean to say is, big families are strangely rich for a mountain village with an aging populace where the young go work outside.
Really?
Yes, the Meguruma house was really big. They even have a large foreign car.
Yeah, even if it was something that could easily be explained, it was still something to keep in mind.
Your job.
Yes.
Okay, I know Japanese is weird, but where the fuck does Q come from in this name?
Nickname? I don't know. Alternate reading of the kanji?
The strange nickname
This game
Hashimoto's...
loves explaining itself, so I'm sure it'll get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The strange nickname Hashimoto-san used surprised me, but Mamiya-san herself didn't seem bothered.
You shouldn't make too many assumptions.
Wise words.
That's...
The journalist within you is curious.
It's nothing that big.
I think you should just leave it at that.
That's your famous photographer intuition talking.
Who knows?
Well, alright. This isn't my specialty anyway. Anyway, forget what I said.
Yes. Something about the talk about, like, intuition and the low voice that Dragoni's giving him just reminds me of Detective Jowd. That makes me happy. Nope.
By the way, I heard you're moving here.
That's how it turned out.
Have you heard about the place you're going to?
I didn't, but I can imagine what it's like. My words made her give me a strange look.
As in?
It probably isn't a good place to live in, it being separate from the main settlement at all.
Why do you think that?
Few people looked comfortable about how I'd be treated, while Higuchi-san looked less like a nice guy and more like someone who could easily shrug off any guilt his actions would cause him.
I see.
Don't mind me, though. I'm satisfied with where I'm going.
Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but it's a really isolated place. Don't know if loving the countryside is enough to bear it.
And don't worry. Compared to dying, any place is heaven. Wait, that must sound strange. What an awkward laugh. Apparently they'd been told I'd almost committed suicide. I mean, it's not as bad as actually dying 4 times in a row by bike crash. I'm curious though, what kind of place is it?
It's special.
Something about studying the character portraits in this also just made me think, like, man, I could probably do like practice making good me's and stuff in this for like Tomodachi Life. I could just make the entire cast of this game in Tomodachi Life, and then I just had the thought of turning Haruaki into a fucking me in Mario Kart World and just driving around on a bike everywhere and crashing.
Crashing.
Yep.
Of course.
Every oncoming car you can find.
Exactly.
Chuchon.
She tried choosing her words carefully, but that made it sound worse than just a place for the ostracized. Hashimoto-shi seemed to be warning her, but she continued talking anyway.
I still don't know much, but it's full of people who are unfairly forced to live there.
Like, specifically, like, her eye shape. I don't know. Just, you get what I mean.
But the place and the people living there aren't regarded highly here in Kamifuji-yoshi.
Think before you go leaking information.
Wise words.
I pick and choose who I'm saying this to. This is something a person who is moving there should know. It's only fair.
There's something you should say before that, though.
Right. Sorry. Fusaishi-san, please keep this off the record.
Sure. I won't say a word to the people there.
That in mind, you sure? You can still go back with us if you change your mind after seeing it. You wouldn't mind, would you, Hashimoto-san?
I'll think about it, if that's what he wants.
Fusaishi-san, do you want to leave with us?
These two had an interesting relationship. Mamiya-san did all the talking, but Hashimoto-san seemed to outrank her. Although he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed. Made sense, so to speak. I mean, they're like food journalists, right? Like, the main
She's
draw...
a food journalist. He's this famous photographer who's working with her on this particular next thing, I think.
Yeah, so the fact that he's, like, a bigger photographer... Also, like, gonna be real, the main reason you read food journalism is to look at the fucking photos of the food. So he's gotta be, like, respected within their workplace. Oh, though he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed. Made sense, so to speak. While Mamiya-san often became overly excited, Hashimoto-san was strangely stable, and not just in terms of appearance. Wait, this was no time to scrutinize my traveling companions. No, I don't feel like going back to the city anymore. Thank you for the consideration, though.
What?
Mamiya-san, you're probably saying this as a fellow city dweller, but you realize I'm a pretty shady character myself, right? I'm just grateful for your help. That's more than enough.
I see. And I won't say anything more.
This van's motor sounds like shit, by the way.
Haruaki Fusaishi-kun, was it?
Yes?
You really don't look like the guy at the end of his rope.
I get that a lot. Must be my carefree attitude.
I see. I'm sorry.
You know, one of my classmates in middle school committed suicide. He was always so carefree that we couldn't believe he'd done something like that.
I guess that's the way it is sometimes.
I might have said too much. Recalling the scene at the officer's post, I tried to get back into the character of the poor, suicidal man. The van slowly ambled onward. Really slowly, if the sound of its engine is anything to go by. God damn, this thing is faring worse than the van that I used to haul the timpani back to the rehearsal space last week. And that thing had 2 bent axles and just got like totaled like yesterday. We approached a slightly more open space. It seemed to be the center of the village, and it looked like there were small shops there. But as we went on, it started to become even more desolate, and you could see more and more trees growing between the buildings. If that was where Kami Fujiyoshi ended, it was only about 3 kilometers across. If it was about 10 square kilometers in size, it had 100 people for every one of them. The stones I'd seen back in Yasumizu were nowhere in sight. Apparently, they really were Yasumizu exclusive. I couldn't see a larger building nearby, and Mamiya-san told me it was the branch school from some nearby town. All students in Fujiyoshi must get their education there before moving on to help in the fields. The smarter ones left to work outside the village upon graduating high school. Those who went from here to college were rare, meaning that, at least relative to other locals, Chiemi was a prodigy. The students from Yasumizu should have been in school this time of day. Once we passed the last residence, we entered an area mostly untouched by human hand. The road led us into the overgrown mountains. There were large stones on each side of the road.
Impressive, huh? They're like Tories.
Tories?
Yes, trees inhabited by the birds serving the gods, or a gateway through a sacred boundary. Fujiyoshi worships the mountain, apparently.
Is that the same thing that inspired Miyamoto to make Star Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, those were Torii gates.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I was thinking of the same thing. Oh, great Lord Shinai.
About it?
Crap. Higuchi-san told me a few things.
Anyway, you don't really hear that this mountain is special outside this village, do you? Never even heard of the god Shinai. Going by the kanji, it sounds like it's a monkey god of some sort. That one is only used in calendars and directions.
Weren't your articles about food?
Oh, sorry. I used to write about the
Of
occult.
course she did! Of course she did! Of course she I knew you were here for a reason, lady!
Quickly switched topics because it was keeping food on the table.
She'd look like your typical neat and fashionable career woman, so this was really unexpected. Really? Sounds interesting, though.
In this day and age, anyone who wants to read that kind of stuff just uses the internet. Everything in magazines is a lie, and all the real occult info is on the net. That's the general opinion of people into the occult these days. The piece of the pie that stood around was taken by the leading writers. We newbies didn't have a chance.
Now that she'd mentioned it, I hadn't seen as many magazines on the occult and the supernatural these days. No idea if that was a good thing, though. Car passed a large boulder.
The road's about to get bumpy. Be careful.
Ah, alright. The moment he said that, the car jumped, scaring the crap out of me. If those stones were the mountain's boundary, we were now on Great Lord Shinai's turf. Beyond it, we'd find Yasumizu and Saranaga. The entrance to Yomi was beyond the sacred ground. The religion just kept getting weirder and weirder. Eventually, the pavement ended, and we were on a gravel road. A grove of trees became a dark forest. It was cloudy, so there wasn't much light to begin with, which only made this place extra creepy. I composed myself. After all, the real creepiness was at the end of this road. We weren't saying a word anymore, and I thought about mundane stuff like the convenience of cars. We went down the side of the mountain for about 20 minutes and eventually made it through God's narrow road. Beyond the dense forest, there was a relatively open space. We'd arrived at the entrance I'd passed when Haru-chan escaped the settlement, and I searched for her. Something about the sensation of driving through the woods like this with the light peeking through the canopy like this in a big van type thing. It just reminds me of the opening to Spirited Away.
Hey. It
Right.
does, kinda.
We arrived at the entrance I'd passed when Haru-chan escaped the settlement, and I searched for her. There were the same 2 large stones, and they did a great job telling me that this was some sort of boundary.
We're close.
I felt like I heard a hint of nervousness in her tone. Were we about to enter a strange realm, or were we already there? There was no point thinking about it now. We just passed the gate and... Ah! She was... I stared, careful not to lose sight of her. Our eyes met. Mysterious red stare, white hair trailing behind her. She looked at the van as we passed. And she fell. Ah!
Oh.
She hit the stone! She hit her head on the stone and is now writhing in pain! Hey, please stop the van!
What?
Sudden as it was, Hashimoto, she stopped the van. I jumped out and ran to her. Fucking idiot. Are you alright? She was still writhing on the ground with her hands on her head. There was no trace of the divinity and mystery from last time, or from just a moment ago.
It hurts.
I can tell.
Who are you?
Is it just me, or is that the first time we've ever had, like, one of those little things pop up next to a portrait to indicate, like, surprise or something like that?
I can't think of very many other instances.
Yeah. Like, that's weird. Why now? Just a passerby.
Who am I?
Hold on.
I really wanted to say that.
Oh, so you feel up to joking around at least, huh?
Pain made me lose my composure for a moment.
The girl, or rather woman, since she was older than me, became red as a tomato right before my eyes. Rikako Uematsu. Was she an albino? Her skin and hair were pale while her eyes were blood red. No, she's not albino, she's an anime. Her unusual appearance and manner of speech were exactly as I remembered. Although I will say, it is kind of pleasant having a cast of characters in a game like this that does just have, like, regular-ass appearances. Refreshing. Rikako is basically the only odd one out, but I don't know, something about her also being a shrine maiden doesn't make it as weird. Also, albinism is just a real thing. So. Man, where did this playfulness come from? Well, I hadn't spoken to her much last time, so maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did. Are you okay? Be honest.
My late mother said that pain is proof. You are well.
Hey, that depends on the situation. Excuse me. Slightly hesitant, I reached out for her head, gently touched it, and examined the damage.
Ow!
Oh, you're bleeding a bit. It's gonna leave a bump. You should take it easy for a while.
Are you a doctor?
No, this sort of thing is common knowledge. From the look of the wound, it isn't that bad, is it?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yes, but having my hair touched like that makes me feel a bit odd. I rather like the feeling, but I am uncertain how I should respond.
Fire Emblem Fates petting minigame.
God!
Yay!
Was the skin on her head sensitive or something?
Physical intimacy with the first villager you meet. Not bad, Kusai-shi-kun.
Hashimoto's just in the van, just gives a thumbs up like, nice. What are you saying? Ah! Old woman jump scare. That genuinely scared me more than anything else in this fucking video game. That is closer than any other fucking character sprite has ever been.
Even when Kaori was trying to murder us, it didn't get that
Yeah,
close.
that was also like a custom made still. This is just up close.
A brown-haired man is trying to take Uematsu-sama.
Out of nowhere came the old lady. Oh Lord, she coming! Oh Lord, she coming!
Just gonna let her shake.
Ah! No, I'm not! Listen up, I'm lady! Matsu-sama here slipped and hit her head, so I just...
Oh.
What horrible things did this hoodlum do to you, Uematsu-sama? How awful.
Alright, you can stop! You can stop! Stop shaking the screen! Stop shaking the screen! She wasn't listening at all. Feeling a bit stupid for worrying so much about her, I explained what happened and cleared up the misunderstanding.
My apologies for the trouble.
The ones to blame are the ones who misunderstood.
Sorry.
Uematsu-sama, you should come and rest at home.
No need to worry about me, Yamawaki-san.
Osato-sama is in Yasumizu right now. I'll call him.
We can take you.
Yes, please do.
Now this was unusual. She hated outsiders, but she couldn't say no to Hashimoto-san's presence. Everyone loves Hashimoto!
Uematsu-san, was it? I'm sure you don't have to go to the hospital.
We have a doctor here.
Okay, that's good then. I'll give you a hand. Wanna get on?
I know I already made this comment, but she really does look like Mamiya really is dressed exactly like a Pokemon trainer, like a regular like one of the regular trainer classes.
Apologies for the trouble.
And since it's now on my mind, Rikako kind of looks like the original designs for the Hex Maniacs, the ones that just look like
Like Shrine Maidens?
yeah, exactly. Just the color palette in particular just reminds me of the Game Boy sprite. I haven't seen it in
Time for
ages, so
safety,
I could be
Ken.
wrong.
You're stuck with the bag.
It was full of equipment, though. I can walk.
Don't.
I'd been talking nonchalantly, but her response was a stern one. Well, it was true I could have caused some serious trouble if I arrived completely alone. I knew this from my experience arriving via Saranaga. Also, I wasn't supposed to be familiar with the area. I had to avoid looking suspicious.
My apologies.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
No, I mean... I am Ritiko Uematsu. Ritiko as in plum flower, and Uematsu as in spin and end.
Oh, right, we haven't properly introduced ourselves. Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusa from Kitchen, and Ishi from Stone Tools, and Haruaki from the Japanese for Neo-Confucianism.
Neo-Confucianism?
I'm starting to think that he's fucking with people.
Haruaki Fusaishi.
I felt like she didn't get it at all. Joke whoosh, over her head. Anyway, thanks to that, I became an inhabitant of the back seat and a fellow passenger alongside Rikako Uematsu. For a brief moment, anyway, we didn't speak much. The only noteworthy thing was the strange smell of dried aromatic wood she'd brought along. Besides that, I was just struggling to keep my seat as we jostled down the bumpy road. Leaving a trail on the unpaved road, we arrived and drove through Yasumizu. We passed the front of the Nosato mansion, then the construction site, Tai-san's house, probably, until finally we arrived at the plaza. By the time we got there, Uematsu-san seemed to be in perfect health and apologized profusely for the trouble she'd caused. That it would be best if she took care of the wound on her head. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're bleeding, it's not, Mamiya-san and I went alongside her and took her to the house she was living in. Oh.
Right.
It was the same place where she'd lost her mind and the rest of us had barricaded her in. That's not
Now
going to
then.
cause PTSD. We are fine. We are definitely fine.
I shall wait for Nosuro-sama just in case.
Take care.
Yes. Fusaishi-sama, I will surely make it up to you.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Bye.
Sheep! Sheep child! Whoa.
Baby sheep.
Completely forgotten about Uematsu-san's extra.
Oh, who's this girl?
You did not see her yesterday? She wandered into Yasumitsu 2 days ago.
Oh, from Kami Fujiyoshi? I can drive her back if you want.
So far, these two journalists have done nothing but actually be chauffeurs.
No, she...
Why not ask someone else? Rikoko-san needs to rest.
You have a point. Don't be leaving now. What about this girl?
She's just like, oh, that's right, I'm concussed.
Johnny.
Mako?
Bye.
Uematsu-san called to Mako and brought her inside. A stronger smell began wafting from the building. Maybe they were burning incense.
She's cute, isn't she?
Yeah.
Her attire combined with her appearance make her just look mystifying.
Attire?
You didn't notice? Well, it's in the style of a Shinto shrine maiden uniform. The dark coloration is clearly Buddhism influenced.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I don't know a thing about either of those two things.
It's clearly religious garb. Never expected a place so remote to have its own religion. How exciting.
Oh, you're gonna have a fucking field day. Ah! Nosato jump scare!
It's good to be enthusiastic about your work, but there are limits to how far you should pry, don't you think?
I don't blame him for that one, I think. I don't know. Still kind of a dick. Man, everyone seemed to just appear out of nowhere this time.
Oh, Masato-san. I'm sorry. Are you here to treat Uematsu-san?
Mamiya-san gave a confident, journalistic smile and spoke to Kyonosuke Nosatoshi.
Yes. If you're aware of that, then please clear the way. Huh? And who is this man?
Oh, it's Haruaki Fusaishi-san. Mikoshi-san sent him to live here.
Huh?
Hello. I hope we get along.
You're not from Fujiyoshi, are you?
No, I'm not. Things happened. I left Tokyo and ended up here.
What's Higuchi thinking? You have my sympathy, though. Anyway, I'm off. I'm coming in, Rikako-san.
He's like, gee, sorry. You sure got stuck with a shithole. Anyway. Sympathy, huh? As condescending as always. After parting ways with him, we returned to the plaza. Hashimoto-san was taking photos of a small flower nearby. I could imagine that someone told him not to take photos of the houses. Hashimoto's behavior as a photographer just reminds me of the photographer at my college. He was great. Genuinely won a bunch of awards and had a whole gallery when he retired, and then he still came back to take photos of the marching band just as our band photographer, completely as a volunteer because he likes hanging around us. And he was great. But then yeah, he takes good photos of the band and stuff, doing our funny stuff. Or during the games takes a picture of us from the sidelines or whatever. But then his actual photography skills of just flowers and shit and foxes and nature was just, it's so cool. If you ever have a chance to go to an actual photo gallery type thing, you should definitely do it. It's very cool. We were the only ones here, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind. It was strangely quiet.
Like always, this place is...
She fell silent before finishing her derisive comment. Wise move. Wouldn't be good to finish that comment by comparing the place to a ghost town.
Let's go then. You're going to the dining hall, right?
Yes. Despite having next to nothing to do with me, Mamiya-san was helping me out a lot. Then again, she was heading there too. Ah! New character!
Oh, I've been waiting for you. You're Fusaishi-san, yes? And hello to you too, Jose-san, Hashimoto-san.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Took a lot to keep myself from saying hello, hello, hello. Thank you! Higuchi-san sent me here. A pleasure to meet you. Shoji Higuchi-shi had pushed me into working at the dining hall here. Not the watering hole, but dining hall. He'd strongly emphasized that it wasn't under his control. That was why it had been decided I'd meet Kaori-san. Yeah, I don't blame us for not being able to forget that image. She had an oval, composed, slightly haggard face, and I couldn't see a hint of the demon from before. Apparently, if it was for their children, some parents could become both demons and angels. I kind of felt like that applied to the entire history of mankind, for better or worse.
My, you're well behaved for someone so young.
Oh, no, I'm just a failure. Finally, he says it.
Oh, come now. But are you sure you want to, you know?
It's fine. Many people say otherwise, but this is a nice place.
It is? But I don't know if you've been told, but this dining hall is more like a ration distribution house. It's hard for me to say, but you won't be paid. The most we can offer is meals.
I don't mind. If I can live a simple life, I don't need money.
My.
Ah! Yoshitsugu!
Ah! What are you, an old fart?
Every time that I'm greeted by a new character in any given loop, I feel like, ah! You were dead! Suddenly, Yoshitsugu Oribe-kun walked through the door, displaying the same recklessness that probably gotten him killed last time.
Yoshitsugu, why are you not in school?
Ah! Dummy! Fuck. Tammy! Tammy, you're here.
Ah, shut it. I said I ain't going. Hey, you fucking zombie. You came here because you couldn't die. So lame.
Yoshitsugu, how dare you?
Oh, word spread fast around here. They'd called and told Kaori-san about it, and she told it to several other people, and it probably leaked. Yeah, I'm so lame.
Hell? You okay upstairs?
I can't
That's
say
a
I
face.
am. I'm an idiot.
At least he knows it. Hey, Hag, don't hire this guy. He'll mess up the place.
I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't go to school or help around.
Hey, shut up! Hey, you brown-haired dumbass. You seriously came here to die? Or is that an act or something?
I twitched. As if.
Hey, Hag. Guy's weird as hell.
My name is not Hag.
Oh, I know I have nothing to do with this, but you should keep your joking around to a minimum.
Sorry, I just felt like we'd be living together for a long while, so I ought to be as friendly as possible. Yoshitsugu-kun, was it? Want to make a bet?
What kind of bet, you coward?
He's the one instigating the bet. How does that make him a coward?
Fuck you, that's why.
Honestly, that's given what we know about this character, pretty reasonable thing. I looked into my large bag and took something out. Specifically, a new pocket knife. Use this to cut off my pinky.
What the hell?
Everyone
Dude?
instantly fell silent. I ignored them and continued. Come on, I'll put my hand down, and I'll put the knife right here.
The hell you'd say?
I'm saying I'll let you shorten my finger, as a sign of our friendship.
I'm saying that's insane. Hell, that's something you do yourself. You're making me do this because you can't do it yourself, huh? You really are a coward, huh?
I can do it myself, but this is a bet and a test of courage. If you're gonna call me a coward, you gotta show you're not one yourself, right? Swing the knife down and you win. And if I don't back out, I win. That means that if you cut off my finger, we both win. Then we'd be friends with no hassle involved. What do you think, Yoshitsugu-kun? I smiled and pointed at the knife on the table with my finger.
The hell are you talking about? Are you nuts?
That's pretty much all you're saying now, but yeah, I really am nuts. Or what, you prefer normal people? You, who looks like that and gives no respect to his mother. I prefer weird people, you see. Show me how insane you can get. Man, this was just too much fun. You've been through, like, a loop and a half, and you're already deliberately fucking with people. This poor kid died, like, on the second
five times.
Maybe the concussion carries over in time loops. Yoshitsugu-kun looked right about ready to shit his pants, but it was time to back off. Gotcha. What a shame, huh, Yoshitsugu-kun? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do something that hurt that much. Well, even if we can't get along now, we'll be friends eventually.
You actually think that helps?
Jokes aside, he was actually pretty sharp. He and his brother were nothing alike, but it wouldn't have been surprising if he also had a talent for seeing through people. He had Higuchi blood in his veins, after all. Perhaps it was genetic. He left without saying another word. Kaori-san didn't even tell him to go to school. I'm sorry, that was weird, wasn't it?
Yes. No, my stupid son had it coming. That shocked me a bit, though. You have nerve, don't you?
No, I don't. I'm the one who called it off, so I lost. He probably would have done it if I had kept pushing him. After all, he was the type who'd pick a fight with something inhuman and die. He probably didn't want to draw blood in front of his mother. I think he's a good kid at heart. My words almost made Kaori-san smile, but...
Oh, but I do feel embarrassed. He grew too big for me to handle, and now all I can do is scold him.
She decided to keep up the act of the strict mother. Puberty and rebellion sure seemed complicated.
Seishi-kun, come here for a sec.
I did just that.
Are you actually one of those kinds of people? Did they send someone after you? Would it be over if they caught you?
No, I suggested the finger thing for no real reason. Trust me, I won't trouble the people here.
Hope so.
She was actually suspicious. Yeah, I fucking wonder.
Yeah, in case you don't know, the pinky thing is usually associated with Yakuza.
Yep. It's the reason why, random thing, but it's the reason why, Fang the sniper weasel, Knack the whatever the fuck, even in his original depictions, like in Sonic the Fighters, every character had the standard 4 fingers, but, Fang specifically has 3. He doesn't have a pinky. It's a small change that's usually made to anytime an American cartoon is brought over to Japan, sometimes they'll add a finger to it to avoid that connotation. But with Fang, they deliberately removed it. I don't remember if they added one back in for the American version because they thought it was weird, but I wouldn't be surprised if they left it as is. I think they did change it for consistency's sake in later designs, though. But yeah, he's the only Sonic character, like major Sonic character that has that design thing going on with his hands.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very strange. I had to act out a better normal person. This wasn't the time to mess around. Anyway, I'm here to help with anything. Use me however you like.
Oh, very well. This was decided by those up there anyway. But before that, I wonder where you'll be staying.
Were you looking up pictures of Knack the Weasel?
I was.
Oh, I kind of expected them to already decided on that. I'm going to go and introduce myself to everyone. Who should I ask about that?
The one in charge of the land is Yamawaki-san.
The old lady from before. She lives in the houses we passed.
Oh yeah, when Takumi-san gave me the key to my dorm room, he told me he got it from the old lady. Was she like the landlord of Yasumizu? No. That implies that she makes money. Maybe she's not too far? Like visiting Uematsu-san or something?
Oh, did something happen?
She fell and hit her head and...
I left that talk to Mamiya-san and opened the door so I could see the plaza. By the time I realized that someone else was on the other side, it was fully open. Seeing the person's face almost
Hey!
made me say her name in surprise. Chiemi Serizawa. I couldn't save her. I couldn't fulfill my promise. But we'd met again, thanks to the strange looping phenomenon. Whether it was something to feel thankful about was another matter. Nice to meet you. I kept my surge of emotions under control and gave an amicable smile. But just as she made that simple sound, a lone tear ran down her cheek.
Oh? Do I have something in my eye?
Her voice was calm. But the first tear made way for many more, and they were soon streaming from both eyes.
What? Kaori-san, do you have a hand towel?
Her reaction didn't seem to be anything more than confusion at her body going out of control.
Oh my, what's wrong? Here you go. I don't know. Do you have tear gas here or something? Perhaps the Chishinari I'm making for the journalist is rotten. Hey, I didn't mean that. What is it then, menopause? Come now, you're too young for that. Sorry for acting weird.
She wiped her tears. Her eyes didn't look good, but her voice was cheerful and carefree, just like in my memory.
You're the person who suddenly ended up living here, right, mister?
That was a word you used on strangers. Why had she cried? Yes. Am I that scary?
No. You look perfectly fine. It's just, well, a mysterious event. My name's Chiemi Serizawa. I'm a student back home for the time being. I know I made a poor first impression, but I hope we can get along.
She bowed to me. She really didn't know who I was. Due to the looping phenomenon, dying had sent me back to the point when I was wandering around on my bike. It was something that actually happened, and I had to accept it. But it was also completely unreasonable. I didn't have any good way to reasonably explain it. Was the looping centered around me? Was I really the only one who had memories of last time? It wouldn't be strange for there to be someone else. My memories were fragmented right now, and I often remembered things only when it counted. It could be that the others had forgotten almost everything, but still had certain fragments of their memories and feelings. I had to stop thinking about this. Fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh! It had been on the tip of my tongue since we started this fucking stream. But between the last stream we did 2 months ago and this stream, I started playing Bravely Default, and that's what was on the tip of my tongue this whole time. Just the idea of yeah. Anyway, I hope that all y'all on your Nintendo Switch 2s out there are enjoying your Bravely Default remaster with the funny mouse mini games. I had to stop thinking about this. I couldn't have asked her to console me about the tragic end that hadn't even happened yet. I'd have been barking up the wrong tree. If everything worked out, I hoped I could get close to her again. Love that depended on death, despair, and the suspension bridge effect was better off staying in the realm of fiction, where it belonged. We exchanged a few words, but I didn't have much time. I had to focus on getting a place to stay. Yeah, or you're gonna fucking die. Anyway, just like I said, I first went to Uematsu-san's house. Obviously, it didn't seem like there were many people inside. I hesitated for a moment, but ended up knocking.
Who is it?
Child! Mako. Mako! That was Mako's voice. Could she even understand me? I'm Fusaishi from before.
Fusaishi from before, son?
Oh, she's baby. No, I am Haruaki Fusaishi. Is the old lady there?
No.
Oh, so I was off the mark. Alright, see ya then.
Yeah. Oni-chan? Fusaki-san? Fusayuki-san?
Wrong.
Please, wait a moment.
Fusayuki-san. Not my name! Not what I'm called! Oh, Uematsu-san? She told me to wait, so I did. Soon enough, the door opened up.
I apologize for the wait. How may I help you?
I'm looking for Yamawaki-san. From how she acted, I thought she came to visit you.
I haven't seen her yet.
Looks like it. I'll be going then.
Oh, what did you need her for?
Well, I'm gonna live here now, but I still don't have a place.
You will live here.
Yes. And I need to talk about that. What did she even mean by this?
She means her concussion's worse than any of us thought.
Yeah.
But you cannot be without a place to stay.
Yeah.
Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive.
That made me flinch. Did it show on my face?
The people of Fujiyoshi believe that the mist is an ill omen. If it comes, we must clean our bodies, shut ourselves in, and go to sleep early.
Cleanse, shelter, dream. That's an interesting tradition. That was what I would have thought if I didn't know about the tragedy.
This might be a bit presumptuous, but I do know of one empty house.
Huh? She told Mako to entertain herself and took a key from her house. Instead of telling me more about it, she insisted on going outside despite my polite protests. I had no choice but to follow after. We passed the plaza and went down the hill. She'd tripped 2 times.
It hurts.
Looks like it.
I fall and hurt my head on the regular, so I am used to pain.
You really shouldn't walk around glass in this, like the. You should walk around grass like this in that attire. Turn Haruaki into a fucking speaking spell if I have to. You really shouldn't walk around grass like this in that attire.
This is an Uematsu duty.
Is it an Uematsu duty to not hem your robes? 'Cause goddamn, girl. It is?
The spider are bedroom woman servants.
Remember
Sorry?
this. This is important. It's also very poorly translated. And they will stick to that. That was a new term. Yeah, sure fucking is. Bedroom woman servants. Women who serve you in the bedroom? That sure sounded sexy. And the
Dude.
spider was one of the guardians of Great Lord Shinai. That reminded me. Chime had told me that the Uematsu were the family of the spider.
When the power of Yomi rises from Saranaga, it is said to bring madness first and foremost.
I tried to make that line read less of the genuine kind of like, that sounded sexy, and more of just like that sounded sexy, like as if it's supposed to sound sexy, but it just sounds really weird. Because that's exactly what it is. It sounds really weird.
That is why the Uematsu of old had the role of protecting the dreams of the villagers.
Were they like night watchmen or something? It wouldn't have been weird for a police-like force to still retain power in this day and age. But you'd fall all the time at night, so you walk around during the day instead, huh? Was she alright? By the way, do all the heads of the village have roles like that?
Yes, I'm surprised you noticed.
I came here through Kami Fujiyoshi, and Higuchi-san, well, he looked pretty powerful.
The Higuchi family are the monkey, protectors of the watering hole's flame.
There was that term again, watering hole. They used fire when it wasn't allowed, huh?
Yes, we are told they claim to run a watering hole, while in actuality, we're teaching people to use fire.
And they used this to gain influence as the source of everyone's food. What about Nosato-san's family? They're one of the head families too, aren't they?
The Nosato are the crow, the Eve Eaters.
I have no idea what that means.
They inspect if a corpse belonged to Yomibito or not.
They performed autopsies. That didn't seem very important.
They were actually the healers. They were the only ones who could use aconite, also known as wolfsbane.
Anyway. Jacob! Moji! Ah!
Nosato is the family that made medicine.
Wolfsbane! The plant! There's aconite in the food!
Oh yeah, that was true. Well, an autopsy was a medical procedure, and if they could use poisonous plants on top of it, it could have easily garnered lots of respect. I see. What was the last one?
The Migurumai.
Right. I hadn't met a single person linked to that one.
Snake are the tower lookouts. Uematsu aren't the lookout family.
That doesn't give me enough.
Tower as in watchtower.
So they're in charge of the military here?
No. They used to build watchtowers and watch the stars. They make calendars, spread the weather, and then the local farms. That role made them respected, and they eventually became Shinai-sama's priests.
I see. We had our TV weather ladies now, but back in the day, astronomy and meteorology were linked to divination, leading many to consider them special powers that let them predict the future and bring good things in general. Farming was the building block of civilization. Having it was a matter of life and death, so it was only natural for those who offered guidance in that field to become leaders. Thank you for telling me. This place has a rich history, huh? I think I could grow attached to it.
I see. It's the first time I have heard such words spoken.
Really? It's pretty interesting, though.
I never explained this to someone born outside of Fujiyoshi.
Well, that's probably why you've never heard anyone tell you that it's interesting before. All right. She'd refused to go into the detail last time. Infiltrating the village really was a good idea, huh?
Oh look, we have gone all the way. Here it is.
This is our first new still, like, background for the village.
Mhm.
Yeah, you really did go all the way, huh? Sure takes a lot out of you.
No, we did not do anything strange.
Her speech was still odd. What the hell was up with her imagination? She could send my verbal curveballs to another dimension. Anyway, there was a wooden house. It was much like the ones near the plaza, except a bit more aged. It looked relatively stable, though.
Most of Fujiyoshi is actually the private property of the Higuchi, the Nosoto, and the Uematsu. Fujiyoshi used to be owned by the Miguruma alone.
Where are they?
Oh, you know. But now that extends to all the current heads serving the Miguruma.
That was new to me. So you're saying this place belongs to you, Rikako-san?
Oh,
What? Oh, sorry for being so forward with you.
no, I do not mind. But yes, this land is mine.
Yeah, Uematsu's really the closest thing to, like, an actual, like, head of the village that this place has, other than Nosoto. And even then, it doesn't seem like Nosoto's family is really jazzed about him.
A person lived here. Until recently.
Great. In a dead guy's house. Cool.
Yay!
So, has he passed away or something?
Yes, it was a peaceful death.
That sounded like a real blessing here in Yasumizu.
Does that bother you? It is clean inside.
I'd have been lying if I said I wasn't bothered, but I chose to take a look. She hadn't been kidding. The inside was shabby and the wood was aged, but the floor was clean and I couldn't see much dust. The tatami was new too, though that meant it had to be changed. But at least there wasn't some human-shaped mark on the floor. No fucking chalk outline and police tape. There was no furniture, but I could easily get a futon or something. What about the bath?
I do not think this place receives gas.
That's bad. What can I do if the mists come?
You wish to be able to cleanse? You merely have to fill that pail with well water and wipe yourself with it.
That's enough?
Yes. I hear it was rare to bathe in warm water in Fujiyoshi.
Oh, yeah, because only the watering hole could use fire.
Yes.
How the fuck do they cook?
We just eat things raw.
We're built different here. That made sense. Anyways, I was now ready. Are you sure I can use this house?
Yes. That would make all the daily cleaning worth it.
I'm just imagining Rikako in like obviously her overly long robe, just like shuffling all the way down to this little shack with like armfuls of cleaning supplies, tripping, falling, dropping all of them, just holding her head for a minute, gathering them all
Oh.
up, and repeating the same process for the next 10 minutes it takes to walk to the shack. Oh, you cleaned this place yourself?
Yes. You're just taking the corruption of one of the Uematsu's roles. Also, he must have occupied served as a good distraction.
Did something bad happen? He fell silent. Sorry, that was insensitive of me.
No, it was not that something happened. I was afraid of what could happen.
She looked at the mountain beyond the valley. No, it was the valley itself, and the Saranaga Rapids at the bottom. Back to the heads. Do the Miguruma still predict the weather and stuff? Part of me thought I might be prying too deeply.
During spring and autumn festivals, they ask for abundant harvests, dance for them, and chant ritual prayers.
For a split second when she faded in there, I thought the little post on her left was like an elf ear, and I was like, where the fuck did you come from, elf lady?
I heard this was supposed to be based.
Based
In
based
the
on
past.
what?
Thankfully, we've had no major droughts or famines.
Okay, which one of the Raging Loop characters is the based on what and shrimp fried this right? Where's that chart? We're making that meme before next time.
Haruwaki and Nozoto is a more complex. I find it quite simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Nosoto
yeah.
does like the little glasses shing when he does it too.
Yeah. Based on what is Mako?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say.
Chiemi is definitely, you're telling me, a shrimp fried this right.
Yeah.
Mochi is also shrimp.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
he says it with like the absolute, like the intention of making everyone in the room laugh, and everyone just kind of rolls their eyes. When Chiemi does it, everyone just kind of lightly chuckles, politely, because I don't know. Oh, so in a way, they have a perfect track record.
Yamawaki-sama knows this well. Might wish to ask her. She would be pleased to talk.
That seems true. Oh, sorry for taking up so much of your time, Uematsu-san. Thank you so much. I'll make it up to you.
Oh, I also really wanted to thank you for your help during my embarrassing accident.
Wasn't she basically blaming me here? Lots of things happened already, but I hope we keep getting along well. If you think I can help, don't be afraid to ask.
Fushaisi-sama.
Oh, and Sama doesn't suit me. You can be more casual. You don't have to use such polite speech.
Fusaishi dono. Oh,
Crap.
Fusaishi, I can't. Fusaishi-sama, I would like to ask of you the same. Please call me however you like.
Was I actually raising some flags here? Is the game this easy these days? Did she seriously fall in love over a bit of help after a head injury? Was this a soap opera or something? Well, not that I was complaining. Then, Rikako-san. Yeah, so this kind of gets into something that I have mixed feelings about. With each loop, there's kind of an emphasis on a new major relationship. The first time through, it was a lot of Chiemi, and they're clearly setting up a lot with Rikako in this loop, and that gives me very mixed feelings. There's still a lot of interesting stuff about each loop, but I don't know. We'll see how it unfolds, but it's just, it's weird. Also, Rikako is very clearly the waifu that they would sell for this game, because, like, fucking obviously, she got the cute CG at the beginning, for the spoiler warning thing, and she's got her own little catchphrase and stuff like marketable. Points, marketable. Anyway. Then, Rikako-san.
Oh,
That's why she got the little zigzaggy thing, too. No, this
You
was
do that every
something
time.
else. She was just especially vulnerable to men. Watch
what the
your
hell does that mean?
watch your fucking
Excuse me?
step, Fusaishi. As a family head, she was probably either revered from a distance or considered an enemy. Takumi did the latter. She'd probably never talked to someone who didn't care about those things. That actually made me feel kind of bad for her. I guess he more means that she's sort of sheltered in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it, but like, come on, man.
It's a very bad way to translate the sentiment. There's a lot of weird things like that in the way that this game is written, and I'm not sure how much of it is just bad writing or bad translation.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's just let's call each other Uematsu-san and Fusaishi-san. Let's become good friends.
Oh, friends.
I
Yes.
really want to know how the voice acting does that.
Then
What
let
the
us.
fuck is that noise?
じゃあリカ子さん
What?
OK じゃあ植松さん房石さんだこれで呼び合ってお友達になりましょうぜひ
お友達
です
Yes.
です
Yeah. No.
All right,
She
sure.
points. She marketable. She is
Marketable.
very like, you know. Like it almost feels. Hang on, I'm trying to find another moment where it happens, but I can. The voice acting in this game is also just very good. At just even if you don't understand the fucking language, it's like, like they convey emotion very well. It's one of those moments where I'm like, yeah, I can understand why someone would be sub over dub, but also I like the whole reason I wanted to stream this game is because funny voicing.
そんな私こそあのような恥ずかしいところを助けていただきどうしたらよいかこちらこそ
Shut up.
ぜひ
Stop. Be quiet. Silence. Silence, wench. I no longer wish to hear Japanese.
Ugh.
In a part of the village with no one but us, we exchanged a deep bow. Uematsu-san then returned, and I checked the house for any holes. It seemed fine on that front. No monsters could get inside. Sounds like he's checking the under the fucking bed for his kid or something like that. Anyway, I had my place. Now I had to get one for Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san. Maybe they could stay in the apartment that we were in last time. Why is the feast theme playing now? That's not good. I tried to think of a way to encourage them to leave before the mist came, but all the things I could think of seemed unnatural. That meant my only option was the opposite, convincing them there was no way to leave, so they'd have to stay. Honestly, I did consider just letting them die. As long as I survived, I didn't really care if they did. But that didn't sit right with me. So then that means you do care, you fucking idiot. I wasn't a good guy, but not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. My ultimate goal was to escape the loops, but at the moment, all I could really do was prevent the tragedy before me. I'd think of something else if it just didn't work out, but for now, I had no reason to abandon my humanity. That was why I returned to the plaza. It was still really empty, and the two journalists were probably working. This was my chance. I approached the left back wheel on Hashimotoshi's van. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out the hammer and nails I'd bought. I placed the tip of a nail against the tire and hammered it in. You could hear the sound of the air leaving. That had to be good enough. I then did the same with the other rear tire, as well as one of the front ones. There. After that, I added a random array of extra nails around those to make it look like a trap or something had been run over in the grass. They couldn't leave now. I already knew they didn't have anything that could fix the tires, and they couldn't get in touch with any road service until after the mists passed. If someone from Kami Fujiyoshi came to pick them up, and they left without their car, that would have been fine too. Not that I expected anyone to come. Now I just had to convince them that they had to stay here. It was a really haphazard plan. It seemed like the locals trapped them on purpose. I'd have to think of something to say about that. Anyway, I did what I could for them. Now I just had to wait, and...
Fusaishi-sama?
Whoa! My heart almost burst out of my chest. What's the matter, Rikuko-san?
Oh, that name again.
I'm sorry. What's wrong, Uematsu-san?
I am hungry, so I came to eat.
Fusaishi, in his brilliance, did not even consider that she was just saying hello as she walked to the cafeteria. That, huh? Well, I was pretty hungry myself, too. Wait, there was something more important to worry about. Had she seen me?
This is a large car.
It is. About the size of a small car. Fusaishi just fucking like, damn it, fucking idiot.
Good talk to you two.
What the hell was up with this pressure? Well, you're letting out all the tire pressure for one, so... Is it some Kami Fujiyoshi head superpower? Was she waiting for me to confess or something? I had no choice.
Confess to your sins, Haruaki-san.
I crashed my bike 5 times and died 4. Shit. Fuck. I had no choice but to think up a new lie. But looking at her red eyes made me feel like she'd see through any bullshit I spun. Crap. Maybe I should just come clean and...
I am hungry.
Was she actually not thinking anything?
No thoughts.
Head empty.
Head empty.
All my thoughts fell out when I hit that rock earlier. That oh noise that I make, that's my thoughts leaving my head. Genuinely, that's some rom-com bullshit when like the moment that like the protagonist does something to fluster her, like they just shift personality entirely. Just because that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
What do you think I was doing here?
Searching for woodlice.
Did she think I was as old as Mako? No, look here, it's flat.
Oh dear.
See, it's got this inside.
So long and thick.
Uh-huh.
And look how deep this is.
Oh dear, how forceful.
Thank you, Ty.
The brown head man is taking away Matsu's how I brought daylight.
Man, what the hell was with her appearances this time around? Okay, yeah, I couldn't lie. This conversation was pretty messed up. That's an outrageous misunderstanding. I'll go call the journalist.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
No one told me that Taiba was a fucking earthbender. Isako-san was completely perplexed.
No, this is troubling.
Hashimoto's totally fucking on to us. We're dead. We're fucking dead. Still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded in a place like this. How unfortunate. They weren't suspicious of me, so I just acted like an innocent, sympathetic bystander. Oh, the heartache.
We're supposed to head back tonight. What are we gonna do?
Do you have any plans?
Fine, but what about you?
My daughter's birthday is close.
Fuck! Damn it! No!
God
Damn it! Shit!
You fucked up!
I ruined Hashimoto's daughter's birthday! I am irredeemable! I'm so glad that I have that button.
Oh, Nam-chan.
Oh no, she's met her too. Ah! Oh, the heartache! I had no idea he had a daughter! Or was married, for that matter! The fact that it came as a surprise just made my pain worse! But I shouldn't feel guilty about this. If I just ignored them, they'd have been torn apart by a monster.
Oh my. What do we do? Yasumizu has no cars in the first place.
Naruto-sama might have something useful.
Those words made me twitch.
These tires are special, so that would be difficult. We do have a single spare, but...
Let's contact road service. Oribe-san, may we use the phone?
Yes, of course. Right this way.
They all returned to the dining hall.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I was about to say, I don't think Ty has not said anything else since the scene start. I was left alone with a peculiar duo, but then we were joined by a muscly silhouette who'd come from the fields.
Hey.
What are you doing, Oba-chan? Uematsu and... Who are you?
This is Haruwaki Usaishi-sama.
She went out of her way to introduce me, though she still couldn't leave off the Sama. I'm moving here. I hope we get along. Oh, you're the guy, huh? I'm Takumi Muro. A pleasure. You don't look like you're from Kami Fujiyoshi. An outsider, then? That's rare. Sorry you ended up here. You really had to do something about their habit of showing sympathy for anyone who came here. It's like, oh, God, sorry you had to come to this shithole. Yes, I came here from the city. I'm sorry I'm so suspicious and flashy. I'll re-dye my hair. Alright.
That'd be good.
Well, she hates that sort of thing. I don't really care, though. I care more about something else. As in, if you're useful on the field. Unlike Kami Fujiyoshi, Yasumizu doesn't abandon its people, but we don't have room for those who can't earn their keep. While mentioning Kami Fujiyoshi, he glanced at Uematsu-san. Well, you look like you two have the build for it. Or, fuck. Looks like you have the build for it. It's you singular. I blended together Uematsu and just assumed he was talking to both of us. Well, you look like you have the build for it. You can start by mowing the grass around the upper fields. But I was told to work at the dining hall. What? You're working with Kaori-san?! Crap, I messed up.
Kumi, you're a fine man. Just tell her how you feel.
I love how Ty immediately just cuts through the bullshit and is just like, just fucking tell her, bro. It's not that hard. There's like 9 people in the village, and none of them are her age. You have zero competition. What do you mean? I'm not thinking about anything that outrageous. But she supports 2 grown sons and feeds everyone with her frail arms. I'm gonna kill any guy that tries to take advantage of her. That was plenty outrageous! Hey, what did you do to get her to take you? Spill it. It took a lot of effort to keep myself from lying and fueling the fire.
You dumbass.
Oh, Higuchi-san from Kami Fujiyoshi, right? He sent me to work with her. Takemichi became apathetic. Oh. I guess that's fine then. I'll try to be able to... I'll try to become able to work outside too. That's great and all, but for now, just watch. If we made you do too much, they might get on our cases about it. Huh? They care about what kind of people, or what kind of work people do here? They don't. They just want to be sure we listen to them. That's an incredibly loaded line.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you all up to? Where's Kaori-san?
The journalist's car broke, so she went to make a call.
I love how you can tell that Tai is very, like, rural, like, country bumpkin type, because she just says, she doesn't say, the journalist's van has a flat, or the journalist's car has a flat tire or something. The car broke. The whole car. Irreparable. Huh? That's pretty bad. Can they leave? It's best to assume they won't have it fixed today.
Awful.
This was getting nowhere. Do you have any open rooms?
That house was the only one I could give.
Uematsu-sama, you gave Gen-san house to him?
Yes. Houses die if people do not live in them.
Take care of that house, will ya? A good person used to live there.
Of course.
Don't you dare use it as the place where you take advantage of Uematsu-sama. It cannot happen to her, you understand?
Okay, on one hand, please, you've just met me. But on the other hand, she does not have much reason to assume otherwise.
Yeah?
What? You two are like that? It's a complete misunderstanding, but it seems to keep being taken as fact. I'd appreciate it if it wasn't. We went off on a tangent. What did we do? I'd have liked it if I, the newbie, didn't have to be the one making this conversation progress. I really don't think it's good if outsiders stay in Yasumizu. Neither side would like it. Bachan, you got any free houses?
The one I gave Mako-chan was the last one. The rest had holes or didn't have walls. Can't even shelter in those.
Liar, there was the room in the dorm! Jimmy!
Hi, I'm here.
Oh. You sure slept for long? Go help out the old man.
Oh, sorry. I got in the habit of sleeping in while I was away.
What time is it? It's like, maybe like 10 o'clock? 11? Not late.
By the way, Taiba-chan, there's one free room in the dorm.
Chi-chan, you know the place was built by Yoshimitsu-san. He worked hard negotiating with the four families to get it built. He said he wanted for at least the children here to live in nice places closer to Kamifuji-yoshi. That's why he had the concrete stairs built in the hill and...
She started talking about the past again.
Well, Fusaishi, you see what kind of place Yasumizu is? I already knew. Anyway, I hope they can fix the car. This was bad. Just as expected, the road service would take a long time to get here. They'd be here sometime in the middle of the night if they tried to come right away, and then they would die. The mountain road was even more dangerous at night. I would know. I died there. Like 4 times. Only once related to my bike. So they agreed on the service coming in the early morning, which led us back to the talks about where they'd stay. Though by the time that discussion was over, Yamawaki-san, who was done talking, had left. She really gave us outsiders the cold shoulder, huh? Takumi-san tried suggesting they stay in their van, and I was surprised to hear they were receptive to the idea. Them being a man and a woman was one thing, but I was more concerned if that van had enough space for someone that huge and another person to lie down. Reasonable, I guess? Especially because, like, it seemed like a tight fit with the Fusaishi in the back seat with all the equipment.
Oh, true.
Still, it looked like they were about to agree to just leave it at that, but that was no good. They wouldn't survive the night like that. So far, the only people I hadn't met were the students who were in school, Kanzo Makishima-san, who was out hunting since morning, and the old man who cried wolf. I could go without meeting him, if I'm being honest. I've been greeted with enough elderly people jump scares for this night.
Oh, you know exactly how he's going to introduce himself in this route.
Since I'd met just about everyone, I chose to take my leave. It wouldn't have been natural if I'd tried to talk them out of that. I had to get places for them, but my only option was one I didn't have much faith in. Anyway, doorbell. Ding dong.
Oh, you're the new one. What do you want?
Also, crow emblem on the gate. That's neat.
Ah,
The three-footed crow.
Hang on. Hide. Nope, that's not what I wanted, but okay. There's a problem that I think only So, I refuse to let you observe the crow.
It's my crow. You can't have it.
He's successfully blocking one of them, and Fusaishi just turns to look at the other one. He's just like, "Fuck!
No!
You cannot perceive the crow!" There's a problem that I think only a village head can solve.
Well, I don't mind the sentiment. Can you knock off the awkward flattery and what more like yourself?
Is my politeness that insincere?
Yes.
Sorry. Now, about what I came here for.
Huh?
Is it true that the mists are coming soon? The effect my words had on Kyunosuke was impressive. He tried to act calm, but his wandering eyes made it clear he wasn't.
What? Who told you about that? Who mentioned that superstition to you when you just got here?
Uematsu-san. He fell silent. The guy was easy to read. Someone else told me about the mists themselves, though. The one who sent me here was Shoji Higuchi-san.
Oh, Shoji? He is 1 year younger than me. What did he say?
I might have misheard it, but he said that there might be mists soon. There was no truth to my words, but they would become true when the mists came. But Uematsu-san said there's something that must be done if the mists come. There are people who are stuck here because their van has flat tires. I'm wondering what they should do.
Oh, that's news to me. How troublesome.
It is. What do you think?
At least some mists here in Yasumizu happen every decade or two.
Decade or two?
Well, it wouldn't be impossible for them to appear now, and I don't think I saw signs of it happening anytime soon.
I see. By the way, what's so dangerous about it? Everyone seems so tense. Hey, Duck, we crashed our bike 4 times in a row.
A viewer.
See, what's so dangerous about it? Everyone seems so tense. Yeah, for a brief recap, we crashed our bike and died 4 times, got drunk off our ass, and then we met a very suspicious...
Shot by a cop.
Yeah, we got shot by a cop in one of those endings. That was fun. And then we were told by a suspicious man in glasses that we should stay in this town that no one seems to like very much back in the big village. So we're trying to make ourselves at home. So we sabotaged the van with nails, and now we're trying to make sure that the reporters have like a safe place to stay during the feast things. Can I play as a cow in this game? No, it's infinitely worse than Mario Kart. I'm sorry. Although, equal number of bike crashes so far. I missed part 3, so I'm lost. We died at the end of part 3. We restarted, so that's fine.
Yeah. When the mists come to Yasumizu, someone always dies.
Was that an okay thing to say?
Oh, don't misunderstand. The mists here are far more dense than any you know. Yeah, they make you as good as blind.
Ha, 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 ha. Fucking bike crash sound effect again. I knew that. But yeah, I couldn't have imagined mists that dense unless I saw them for myself.
That's why the people here who are taught to stay indoors whenever that happens, but you have fools who still go outside and fall to their deaths or something.
I see.
Did you see the destroyed construction site not far from here? That was a project run by my family, but it ended when the mists led to on-site deaths. Seriously, they could have pulled out sooner, but the overseer was too strict.
Felt stupid for ever considering crazy theories about some Saranaga illness. Crow, perceiving crow. I am now perceiving crow in full glory. There we go. That mist was dangerous in and of itself, and that made for a good official reason to stay indoors when it came. He seemed to believe the official reason and thought it wouldn't kill him. He actually knew about the true dangers lurking in the mist. He'd do everything he could to leave Yasumizu. He was from a head family, but he didn't seem to know all the secrets. She, on the other hand, must have known something. I'd love to find out more, but... Hold on, he just told me something weird. The mists led to on-site deaths. Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nosto got to work on the place 8 years ago when it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I was told that Takumi-san buried the bodies. But if it happened in the mist during a feast of the Yomi Purge, didn't that mean he should have been present during the feast? Oh, nice. Your second switch second. From what I could tell last time, the mist scared the people here and drove them to panic.
You bought two?
Yeah, he wasn't sure if he was able to get one. And since I wasn't able to get one and the Nintendo pre-order is not cooperating, then he and no one else has laid claim to his, and he was offering. So, Mario Kart stream or Pokemon Scarlet Violet stream. Not that we need another long-ass game to play. Kanzuma,
I don't know when I'm gonna go about getting one of me.
What was that, Dubby?
It's so smooth now.
God, okay. So I had to make video footage for the concert, for the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet piece that we did. And now that we're done with the concert season, I'm genuinely going to just re-record a bunch of the footage in super smooth 60 FPS for the final edited version. Just cause, God, that'd be good. Kanzo Makishima, she hadn't reacted like that, while the old wolf guy had said that wolves were coming. It was likely they'd experienced the feast before. So, okay, so out of the cast, how many of them would have experienced the feast before? Because if the mists came and Takumi was there to have to clear out the bodies from the abandoned work site, obviously Taiba and Kanzo probably had to go through with that. But like the only other two that
yet this loop.
Oh yeah, we haven't met him yet. Or the old Wolfman, but fuck that guy. Yeah, it was likely they'd experienced the feast before, but I didn't know what had happened to the other people, or what I'd even do with that information. One thing I could say was the survivors either killed or silently approved of killing people. Jamie could be one of them. God, she would have been like 14. And so could the students. They would have been even... Jesus Christ. Even if I couldn't connect all of the dots, it was entirely possible. I had to keep myself together. I had many things to think about later, but for now, I had a goal to complete.
And the people at the main house...
I like to think that Nosto was just yapping while Haruki's just like...
Absolutely he was.
Television static in his brain as he's like trying to process all this shit, and he's like, say, Nosto-san.
What?
You said the construction site is yours, right?
Right. What of it?
Is that prefab usable?
For what?
I just thought that it'd be a better place for the troubled outsiders to stay at. After thinking for a moment, Kiyonosuke returned inside. I'd expected him to say something like, "Why would I, a village head, sully my hands with Yasumizu's problems?" or something, so this came as a surprise. Kiyonosuke came back shortly.
This should be it. The previous head of the family brought it here after the incident, and just as expected, was in the key box.
Thank you very much.
Wait, I didn't say I'd give it to you. In fact, why would I, a village head, study my hand with Yasumizu's problem?
And there it was. You have a point. I'm sorry.
I'm joking. I didn't say I wouldn't give it either.
I like Nosuto. He's fun. Like, the whole red herring shtick, like, after the first loop, they kind of drop it, and they just kind of play with him being a little bit of an asshole, instead of him being, like, super sus.
Great.
It's so fun. I love this game's cast so much. Hang on, I'm curious. I gotta hear what he sounds like delivering the line about, No, not chart. Log.
ありがとうございます。
待ちたまえ。貸すとは言ってない。そもそもなぜ長者である私が安水の事情に手を焼かねばならんのかね。
それはそうですね。申し訳ありません。
冗談だよ。貸さんとも言っていない。
Also, this is a very subtle
Yeah.
thing. But, listen again to how Nosuto's line is read.
待ちたまえ。
And then how Fusaishi's line is read.
それはそうですね。申し訳ありません。
He sounds like he's closer to the microphone.
Exactly. There are some moments in this game where different lines are recorded in succession, one after the other, and the voice actors are like different degrees of familiar with the recording setup. That's because every single voice actor in this game is completely unknown, with the exception of like one. And even then, I have no fucking idea what game she actually worked on because I didn't recognize the character that popped up in Ozzy's video. But just the fact that there's a cast of incredibly talented voice actors that came out of, like, absolutely nowhere for this game is insane, and we're just kind of ignoring them. But that's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But just, it's very strange. And like as the game goes on, you can almost tell when different characters' voices are like different characters getting more and more comfortable with how to record their lines in the studio. It's very strange. Because like if you go back to the beginning of the game, the one example that Ozzy provided in his video is when the mists are first showing up and Chiami's talking about how like you have to get inside. She's like, "You have to get inside, Haruaki," and then fucking Takumi is just like, "No, you have to," like blah blah, blah, like doing his own thing from like 10 feet away from the microphone, and then Haruaki is just like, why are you guys so far away? It's very dumb. Anyway, wow, what a pain in the ass.
Unlike Muro or Serizawa, you should know how to behave around the heads. No, something would happen or not, I value such people. We village heads are responsible for maintaining order in Fujiyoshi.
Thank you very much. Oh, so he believed in the concept of noblesse oblige. God damn it!
What?
Every fucking character's name is a pun in Bravely Default.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
God fucking damn it! I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I thought it was just the bit. So in Bravely Default, a lot of the characters have like fucking Ace Attorney ass name. Like the white mage that you fight, her name is Holly White, as in holy and white mage, or like holy light. And then fucking ominous O-M-A-N or O-M-I-N-A-S.
Come on, you can do it.
Last name Crow. It's hard to spell out a fictional name like that without like literally seeing it in front of you. But his name is Ominous Crow. And then
And he's the Black Mage.
Yeah, he's the Black Mage,
Who's
and
also
he's
a pyromaniac.
yeah.
Of
And
course.
fuck, I'm trying to think about another one. Oh yeah, the mayor and general of one of the towns that you encounter later. His name is like, he's like, you know, the pinnacle of morality in this this civil war that's going on. His name is General Goodman. Like, he's just the good
So
guy.
easy.
Yeah.
So anyway, the reason
stand
for
up,
this
gentlemen.
tangent is he just understood Agnes Oblige's name.
Yeah. And I thought, honestly, the one that pissed me off the most was learning why Adia has her name like it is. For two parts. One, her father's name is Brave, the Templar. So one of the final bosses in the first go-through is literally named Brave Lee. And then her name, at least my intuition on it, is that her name is Adia Lee, as in Dear Lee, because she is the person that...
or ideally.
Or ideally. That's also good. Which fits in thematically, but like, Dear Lee, like, going from the perspective of Dear Lee, that's fitting for Ring a Bell, who does not have an actual name. His name is just making fun of the fact that he has amnesia. I don't know about Tiz yet.
That would at least make sense in universe.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, no one's batting a fucking eye at a name like Ominous Crow, and then he suddenly turns out to be a bad guy. Fucking hell, anyway. First, I had to check if the place was even usable. The equipment and materials were all gone. The only thing of note here was the sink on the wall. The flooring was cold and a bit sandy, but with a bit of cleaning and a futon, it could be a decent living space. There was no running water, but if we placed a water bucket here, whoever was living here could easily wash themselves. Oh, shit.
What?
20?!
I mean, we've seen the orders kind of...
Yeah, I
all
know,
over the
but
place.
still. Return to the dining hall, I guess. I now had one empty living space. Getting the other, the dorm room, was even harder. I didn't even think I could force it at this stage. However, it was still a better option than just wandering around looking for alternatives that may not even exist. This would be a real waste of time if it didn't end up saving them. I wasn't about to stop trying, though. It was still just a bit after noon. Honestly, I was a bit hungry. But there was a strange, powerful reek coming from the dining hall. I had no idea what could have caused this. Was it a toilet? No. It was more along the lines of rot. Animal rot at that. Did someone already die? My memories made me forget the situation was still peaceful, and I dashed. Suddenly, a dense wall rose up before me.
Gonzo.
What?
I was pushed away. Idiot. Ah! I spaced out for a moment, but then I realized I'd bumped into the local hunter, Kanzo Makishimashi.
You're the one, eh?
This was the first time I'd seen him hold his gun in his hands.
Still in the cast chair. I was wondering when he was going to actually hold it.
Yeah. But I was even more troubled by his face. I was pretty sure I'd seen old Lady Tai wear something similar the first time. All that had happened later made me forget about it, but man, was it weird. Also, to reiterate that this artist draws muscly dudes, this old man is jacked as fuck. It makes sense because he works in the field as a hunter and shit like that, but like, fucking look at him. Sorry, there was a weird smell, so I was wondering if everything's okay.
You have to stop praying for my grandpa.
He is too strong. That's literally what fucking Haru was doing in the initial one.
It's Shishinari.
Huh?
That's Shishinari boiling. They're feeding the journalists.
Oh yeah, Misako-san was here to eat something strange.
Be careful, boy.
All right. May I have your name?
Magashima.
And he left. The bundle he had in his left hand told me he'd only been here to get his lunch. He was as tough as I remembered. Haruaki forgets that that game meat is also just smells like rotting flesh too. Just freaked out. I mean, I don't blame him if I'm being perfect. Like again, I was cracking jokes about it earlier, but like dude is seriously going to be traumatized. That chest made it hard to believe how old he was. What a hunk of a man. The artist specifically requested that Konzo be a fucking gilf. That thought made me seem like some love-struck teen girl. Anyway, that cleared things up. The smell was caused by cooking. I gathered my resolve and went inside.
Oh, where were you? I had things for you to do.
Kaori-san glared at me a bit. Crap, I'd have to make up for the points I'd lost. I'm sorry. I had business with Nosato-san.
Business with him? Did Hikuchi tell you to give him a message?
I mean, I guess we could say yes, considering we already lied that Higuchi wanted us to tell them that, or like say that the mist was approaching or something. I don't know, whatever. Fuck it. No, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, can I have a moment? Besides the one in charge here and that sleepyhead, you also had the journalists. We were busy taking photos and jotting down notes. I was impressed by the professionalism, being able to get back to work right after the problem was solved, although it actually wasn't. Sorry to bother you while you're working. Nosato-san said that it's not good to spend a night in the van and gave me the key to the prefab.
Oh.
What? That block... I mean, Nosato-san said that?
Well, it was nice to find out how she usually called him. That fucking idiot! Apparently there's one more room, too, so why don't you ask if they can open that so you can spend the night under a roof?
I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want to force anyone to give me a room.
Of course she didn't. That was the normal thing to think.
Kaori-san, we really should open the dorm. Losing to Nosato-san would bring shame to Yasumizu.
No, now it's a competition.
I won't say anything about that, but yes, even if there aren't any bad people here, I don't feel good about letting a young lady sleep in a car.
Kaori-san, can we have lunch?
And the most important person around joined the scene.
What?
Nosato-san gave me a key. It's for the prefab, but still, now one of them can rest with a roof over their heads. I love that this game still has a sense of humor while it can, honestly. It's really refreshing after how fucking heavy last stream was.
Oh, that's...
I wasn't explicit about it, but she instantly understood what I was getting at.
But that place is...
I don't mind having a new neighbor.
By the way, what kind of place is the dorm, anyway?
That is the place for children who will soon leave Yasumizu.
Well, then it's perfect for our guests, because they're about to fucking leave.
And they're also babies.
To live in Yasumizu means to be part of Yasumizu for the rest of your life. But that doesn't apply to the children.
Hashimoto just be like, yes, I am Big Baby. Mama always called me.
That makes it the only special place here. And the people of Kami Fujiyoshi silently agree.
Oh. So this was just another way Kami Fujiyoshi exerted power over Yasumizu. I could understand why they didn't want to mess with it, but I knew from experience that it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. They'd open it up for an emergency, but tomorrow would be too late. I didn't really have a good way to convince them that this was, indeed, an emergency.
It's fine. I'm used to sleeping in the car. You can use the prefab, Hashimoto-san. Car's more than enough for just me. Not to mention, you're the one doing all the driving.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Kaori, have you seen the size of this man?
We're talking about the prefab uphill, aren't we? I'm not sure I want to let a woman sleep there.
As we pondered,
Excuse me.
Hashimoto-san actually spoke up and walked up to Tai-san.
Can I help you?
If you have a proper room, could you please open it up for her? She is a tough lady to handle work in this field, but she is still unmarried. As her partner, I don't want her to do anything she shouldn't have to. will thank you in whatever way I can, so please.
We love Hashimoto! He bowed. His large body bent in two, but Tai-san still had to look up at him. God, she's small! And he is large, but she is very small.
I understand, but...
Also, is Tai wearing, like, a traditional robe under her, like, I guess, like, nightgown or whatever the fuck it's called? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, Tai-san was on the verge of giving in.
Yeah.
Hey, Fusaishi! So you came back, huh? Why were you out when Kaori-san was making food? You got some nerve leaving when she needed your help.
Oh, Takamine-chan, perfect timing.
Huh? What? Perfect timing indeed. He was the best person to convince Tai-san. And in the end, she agreed. The word unmarried meant a lot to her, apparently. She seemed to become more considerate of Mamiya-san after that. One of the reasons for this victory was the pressure emitted by Hashimoto-san's massive presence. Everyone loves Hashimoto! And the other was the fact he presented a reason that resonated with her. And then Takumi-san joined the scene and gave her the final push. This wasn't exclusive to Yasumizu, but finding a compromise in a community without common interests was really difficult. It was especially hard when you couldn't give proper reasons for your words. They'd started to suspect I was a slacker, but I said that I was called by Nosato-san, and though it surprised them, they believed me. As a result, I had to make up a story about how he was shy, but actually considerate of everyone, which was why he'd called me. After all, I couldn't let them think I'd decided this by myself. That would be really sus the moment the feast started. Like, they would just be like, hey, bro, why'd you make sure, like, did you know this was gonna happen? And, you know. After we got the key from Tai-san, the two journalists and I left the dining hall to prepare our living spaces. The dorm room was clean to begin with. There was gas, water, and a futon, exactly like I remembered it. The house I'd be staying in was clean too. All I had to do was get a futon from the dining hall and fill the pail with water. Prefab, though, took a while to clean. Takumi-san brought the cleaner pieces of tatami from the abandoned shacks here, which made it a relatively livable space.
Well, if we're staying here, you might as well experience the local daily life. Sure, we won't be able to make an article out of it.
They seem to be satisfied with that reason.
Oh, we can work in a safer place next time.
Sorry, most of my gigs are like this, aren't they?
I can't help but be reminded of Gabby and Tai, specifically from the animation for Pokemon Generations, or not? What was it? The animated series where they did like 3 little shorts for every region in the lead up to Alola, and one of the ones for Hoenn was Gabby and Tai breaking into the fucking Moss Deep Space Center and stealing like camera footage of when Brendan fought Deoxys on Rayquaza's back. It was fucking good, and it just fleshed. I love what they did for Gabby and Tai, and it's just like, it's very good. I love Pokemon. I've been thinking a lot about Pokemon recently.
Oh, but this is better for me. I have insurance, and it's far safer than a war zone.
I've covered wars.
I've covered wars, you know.
Same fucking brain cell. Mush, we need to play the Dead Rising games together so that we can build up to the 3rd game so we can do the co-op together. He'd been in such places, he did more legwork than his looks would have you believe.
But you are a woman, Q-chan.
How do you not to mention that? There are no genders while we're working.
There are no genders. End sentence.
Sadly, dangerous places are riskier for women than men.
Also good to keep in mind in general, but, you know, still.
Unfortunately, somewhat true.
Yeah. Gender exists only when it makes it more dangerous for someone, but, like, Mochi can wear a dress, it's fine.
Well, you know, can't get any better jobs or a man.
Or a man.
It's rough, huh?
Yeah, that's what I said.
or like as in like emphasizing or a man, as in like she's stuck in a sort of dead end job and also can't find love, which is just I don't know. I love these two. They're so good. The relationship was just that of good business partners. Mamiya-san was a passionate journalist, while Hashimoto-san was a senior who was worried about her and helped her out. There's a decent balance here. That's unexpected. You're good looking, so I figured you'd be more popular.
Sorry, won't get you anywhere.
Hashimoto just steps in front of her and just like fucking towers over Haruaki like, I will kill you. Oh, believe me, if I was less pathetic, I've gone for you without hesitation.
What the shit does that mean?
Or maybe if you were more pathetic, actually, Fusashi, have you considered that? You shitheel? God, I can't wait until we meet Mochi and we finally get to the fucking name I want to call you.
What an honor. How old are you, by the way?
24.
I'm about to enter my 30s. I feel really bad.
Bring it back to Pokemon again. It's like, I'm already over 50. Fucking losing me. Love her. Oh, come on. Unmarried 30-year-olds weren't rare in this day and age. Though, I preferred women who were a bit more bothersome.
Wow.
Haruaki's a sub.
Tub.
It's to clean your body.
We'll only be here for a day.
I was told it's a custom here.
Can you tell us more?
Alright, this was a good chance to share info with them. Presenting it as info I heard from Uematsu-san and Kiyonosuke-shi, I told them about what had to be done when the mists came. I couldn't sound too knowledgeable, though, since I was a newbie here, but I was able to imply that there was a supernatural danger involved. Mamiya-san was extremely intrigued and quickly asked for extra info, like the stuff about the 4 head families. I did my best to mention only what I'd found out this time around, but I couldn't help worrying that I would say too much.
Interesting. It's so Shinto-like, though. Wonder how it was passed on. Strange toy, families with guardians to their names, accustomed to cleanse only when the mists come. Don't seem too hospitable to guests, though.
Hang on, have we heard what Mamiya and Hashimoto's original VAs sound like?
I don't think so.
Because I gotta show them off.
Oh boy.
It only takes a second, shut up. We're gonna be playing this game forever anyway.
Playing it for less forever if we stop going on
Yeah, but
tangents.
shut up!
It's midnight!
しょうがないじゃないですか。他の仕事も男も寄ってこないんですから。
Alright, Hashimoto's going to sound exactly like what you expect him to.
危険地帯でのダメージリスクは女性の方が高いんだよ。残念ながら。
Alright, it was lovely hearing you,
I did
Hashimoto.
expect him to have a higher voice than Nosato.
That is true. Yeah. It's kind of like how anyone that actually attended Abraham Lincoln's speeches was like, yeah, he's a tenor. Everyone always interprets him as being a baritone. It's very funny. All right.
What a mystery. How did such unique customs survive in such a remote farming village? Was it even more peculiar back in the day?
It really doesn't look as if you're calling, Yu-chan.
Oh, apologies. Anyway, we have places to sleep in and know what to do if the mists come. Let's go back to work.
You're satisfied with the dorm, right? Then I'll use this place.
If you want, you can use the cabin downhill. This prefab is pretty cramped.
Oh, don't worry, I can sleep anywhere. You're going to live here, aren't you? You can use your new home as quickly as possible.
He had a point. Also, I'd borrowed the place from Uematsu-san. I didn't have the right ought let just anyone use it. Stopped, made fun of the typo, and then immediately fucked up the next word. Agree with Hashimoto. There's more and more branching pathways now. I like this. It's getting intriguing. All right. Sorry about that.
Don't be. We should be thanking you. You did a lot for us, didn't you?
Huh?
That Nozuka person isn't the considerate type. I was only guessed that you got him to help.
Oh, you're giving me too much credit.
This girl tends to push herself too hard. Thank you for caring for her when I couldn't.
Hey, you're only a dozen years older than me. Don't act like my dad.
42. Big man. There's something about him that bothered me.
Hey.
Anyway, with that done, I figured I'd spend my remaining time trying to rub elbows with the rest of Yasumizu. Though I already had a job here, I had to make up for not helping out at the dining hall before noon. But ma'am?
Hello?
Ma'am?
You can't work on an empty stomach.
Kaori-san gave me a bowl. For some reason, her smile seemed a bit warped. It probably wasn't on purpose, though. It was just the effect of the smell. You know, the miasma coming from the food she gave me. It was just that powerful. Are you upset about something?
Huh? No? Why would you think that?
I couldn't feel any anger in her voice or expression, but being new here, I couldn't understand the mentality of someone trying to present something like this as food. As I twitched in fear that this was punishment for slacking off, Kaori-san suddenly gave me a full smile.
Oh, it's the smell, isn't it? This is shishinare. It's like this because of a traditional technique to keep game meat fresh.
I see. This was the infamous dish made of fermented game meat. The nare part of the name had to refer to long fermentation, just like in narezushi for fermented sushi. I had no idea that was a thing. Why would you let it sit out? Or not, obviously not out, but like, why? The whole point of sushi is to eat it raw, isn't it? Whatever. Anyway, I had no clue how they gave it such a strong smell, though. They reused the same marinade for decades, like with the salt they used for sun-dried mackerel.
They used to eat it raw before, but they eventually found out it's dangerous, and now we boil it or use it in soup, stews, or soup.
That is a very red square. Never mind, it's all good.
Yeah, it froze for me for a second.
I like to imagine it froze on the exact frame that Kaori was giving us the fucking death stare.
It used to be a celebrated dish here. This is what's left from what I made for the journalist. Please consider it my way of welcoming you.
Honestly, leftovers is what he deserves after he didn't help you at all earlier.
Teh.
Okay, I had to steel myself. I actually had a soft spot for strange delicacies. I'd tried sun-dried mackerel and any other weird foods I could get my hands on. That would be why he actually mentioned it by name. No way could I refuse this.
I mean, I've been eating Yasumizu's food since I was a little girl.
Would eating this turn me into a zombie or something? No.
What the hell, dude?
I would prove that idea wrong. There was kind of a lot going on by the end of the last loop. Also, she was trying to keep him safe, so I get it, but like, it's still a shitbag. Hate you. Thank you. Picked up the bowl and the chopsticks. Brown rice covered in a ton of crumbled bits of meat. The soup stock seemed as light as what they used in Kami Fujiyoshi, but I didn't know what to think of the meat's color. What was up with this greasy, shiny green surface? And the reek attacked my nose once again. Damn it, I couldn't back out now. Gathering my resolve, I quickly put some stock, rice, and meat into my mouth. What? Was it good? I really couldn't tell. I had absolutely no idea what I was eating here. The texture, the sensation on the tongue, everything was new to me. The taste was extremely acidic, salty, and rich in animal protein. But that weird smell smothered most of it, forcing me to continuously convince myself that I was eating something good. I felt like my body would reject it all if I didn't. You're gonna say something, Mush?
Yeah, it tastes. End of sentence.
Yep. It is one of the tastes of all time. Holding the aversion at bay, I somehow swallowed it. The aftertaste was better than I expected, but as the reek faded, it made for a strong, beastly smell. Yeah. In a way, this taste was an exciting form of entertainment by itself. Look at his fucking face! Hold on. No!
Oh my, you're such a good eater.
I need to turn that into a fucking emote. That's excellent. I could get used to this.
Yes, I understand what you mean. I didn't even know what to think of it when I first came here, but now I sometimes even crave it.
I wasn't lying. It really did seem like a taste I could get used to. Was hard to honestly call it good, but at least it did feel nutritious. That was me on my second playthrough of Balan Wonderful. As reciting a prayer, I repeatedly tried to convince myself of that as I emptied the bowl and was given. Or emptied the bowl I was given. Oof. Thank you for the meal.
You're welcome.
So I'd finally eaten something from Yasumizu. Did that mean I was a true local now? Or a Yomibito? Whatever. As long as I could go back to square one, I would explore all the options I had available. Rhythmic cutting sounds were reaching my ears. As Kaori-san began preparing food in the kitchen, I did the work assigned to me. I had to repair the numerous cracked and broken dishes they had here. Apparently they couldn't afford anything new, so they opted to take what was thrown out in Kami Fujiyoshi and repair it into something usable. Jesus fucking Christ. That's insane. Considering the relative comfort that Kami Fujiyoshi lives in. That's... Was there no end to how pitiful things were here? The broken plates and cups were all wrapped in old newspaper, and I had to do, all I had to do was unwrap them and put them back together. It was actually kind of fun, sort of like a jigsaw puzzle, but man, there were a lot of them. I'd have to do this for entire boxes full of broken tableware. I did wonder whether they actually needed so much, but apparently they just barely had enough, so they wanted to have some spares. I used some all-purpose glue from a 100 yen shop, and they'd bought it from a nearby town. You do have to be careful about that. Sometimes, like chemicals like that can seep into unfinished things, and it can get into food. That's not good. Kaori-san laughed about it, saying, "We get far more value out of this than a 100 yen bowl," and I just about cried. It was a strange mix of modern frugality and the poverty of ancient times, and it exemplified just how weird Yasumizu really was. As I worked, I realized that many of the plates and cups had a familiar symbol on them. What kind of mark is this? I asked Kaori-san over the counter.
Oh, that's the crest of the watering hole family.
She has to use the broken leftovers from her own family. They don't even spare her the luxury of, like, giving her good dishes. Oh my god. That fucking Higuchi guy. Ugh. Higuchi. I was about to mention the name, but then I realized that Kaori-san probably didn't have good memories of them. I'd heard that examining these crests helped understand the lineages and the like, but I had no knowledge necessary for this. Do the other head families have crests too?
Yes, I like the Nosato one. It's cute.
Everyone likes the crow. Cute? From what I recall, the Nosato family was the crow. Did it have a bird on it or something? Uematsu was the...
You've been there.
I don't blame him for not thinking about it, honestly. Uematsu was the spider, Nosato was the crow, Higuchi was the monkey, and Miguruma was the snake. They worshipped a mountain and these guardians. It was significant not only for Fujiyoshi's culture, but the feast of the Yomi Purge as well. If memory served, Chiemi had told me last time that whether you had a guardian or not was relayed by a mark of blood on your skin. Waking up to find blood on your body was something straight out of a horror movie. Or, you know, menstrual cycles.
So, something out of a horror movie.
Also true. Didn't the wolves and Haruchan say it was done through dreams? If that was true, I'd be at a loss. It'd be an actual supernatural phenomenon. Still, were wolves and humans informed differently? This was something I'd have to look into starting tomorrow. Where can I see the other crests?
You can probably find the Nosatos in the Nosato mansion, but the others... Oh, the accessory on Uematsu-san's chest is based on her crest.
Please do not tell me to look at Rikuko's chest. That thing, huh? I had thought it was kind of weird looking. I'll try looking for them. I wouldn't want to disrespect them out of ignorance.
You might be right. I'll tell you if I find something.
There was a still that we saw before stream started that showed all 4 of them. I only recognized Uematsu's at first glance. Please do. I continued working as we talked. There was a small ancient TV here. Deltarune. And apparently you could get public broadcasting here, but not much else. That was probably enough for everyone to gather here and have dinner while watching something. Can't stay for long, but decided to say good luck with the rest of hoping to not be eviscerated before I close Twitch for the day. I'll probably catch the VOD later. You will enjoy the VOD! We died 5 times! I was told
Right at the start.
Yep. Once we reach the end of this scene, though, we'll wrap it up. Right.
Okay.
I was told that all the dorm rooms had TVs too, except for mine. Apparently, that had to be another way they pampered the children who'd eventually leave this place. It strongly demonstrated just how much of an exception the dorm was for Yasumizu.
My eldest lives in the dorm and always tells me what happened in yesterday's shows. We can only turn this on at night, you see.
Normally, giving TVs to the younger generations would be a sign of luxury, but it was the other way around here. The children went to the school in Kami Fujiyoshi, but they never went anywhere beyond that, and just went straight home. And Kami Fujiyoshi was secluded to begin with. That was why they'd prioritize giving TVs to the children, to let them know what was happening outside the village and to help them learn modern Japanese culture. Apparently, they also covered their electricity and gas bills. They had to be frugal, but they didn't mind supporting the children's access to TV. Jimmy was the first Yasumizu child to make it to college, and Yasunaga-kun was expected to follow in her footsteps. Basically, they thought if they supported the young ones and helped them become prominent figures in society, the money they'd send back would make life easier for those who stayed here.
I honestly hope Yasunaga is able to live freely, unhindered by his roots here.
Maybe then he can help out his shitty brother.
As you can see, my second son has some flaws, so I have to keep him close. But my eldest is, if you don't mind me bragging, simply excellent. My late husband was clever too, but had an intense nature, and it seems like those 2 qualities were split between my sons.
I mean, Yasunaga got pretty intense around the end there too.
Yeah, Yasunaga's got some dog in him. Yes, that was
I do feel
intentional.
guilty that it couldn't give birth to 2 clever boys. Birthing the second was so difficult that both of us almost died. Did he come out like that because I tried too hard at the time?
Girl, if you hadn't, you would have died. Or he would have died. But Kaori-san was pretty talkative about this. I knew I was a stranger and she had to introduce Yasumizu to me, but this was a bit too much if you asked me. I mean, not considering what we know about her from the other loop, where she was so fanatic about her poor children that she was going to kill people for it.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably a sign of just how helpless she felt right now. Maybe Takumi-san should just propose to her and lighten the Ryube's bird and— Yes! Marrying a widow with sons in middle to high school was difficult, and I could only assume that was his main issue. Feeling a bit conflicted, I glanced at the cheap alarm clock on the TV. It was 3 p.m. Any minute now. Oh, fuck, that's me.
Did you?
I forgot I had more than 2 characters. We're back. Huh?
Don't know this guy.
There. The high schoolers were back.
Welcome back. This is Fushaishi-san. He suddenly moved here to Yasumizu.
let's get along. This is definitely better than the way that you greeted her other son, Kaori. Now, this is unexpected. I'm Yasunaga Oribe. Kaori-san's son, right? She told me about you. What did you tell him exactly?
Get along with my good-for-nothing son.
Oh, man. This is Chikamochi Kamoshida, and that's Haru Makushima.
Call me Mochi. Give me your life.
Call me Mochi. I'll fucking kill you. Nope.
Hey, Mochi, what's that? Is he one of those cool guys? Scares me.
Yasun probably has a better face and personality than him.
You went against him?
Sure he can.
I challenge you to a duel. What?
Wait, I am your opponent here.
Alright, let's go. Which one of us can go the longest without pissing?
You cur! You know I'm trying my hardest to hold it in.
I'm at my limit too, actually.
The one who pisses his pants first is the winner.
Alright. Wait, no it isn't.
Oh, already.
Oh dear.
We both had to forfeit. Good, you fucking weirdos. Jesus.
That's a cute bit.
I love it. You two sure get along.
The bond of Pissman.
Yeah. Wait, no. Again, this is Haru-chan.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. You have a unique fashion sense.
Got a problem with it? I got it all at 100 yen shop in Kachihara at the end of last year.
That was just sad. It was something I'd expect from an elementary schooler. No, it's good. Again, let's get along.
Me-chan, he's trying to flirt with me. I'm scared.
I really don't think he is. That's next time.
Oh no.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Man, Harutan was distrustful of me even without the misunderstandings regarding Chiemi and I. Perhaps there really were people you just couldn't get along with. How sad. Oh, you fixed so many bowls and cups. We were supposed to do that. I'm sorry to trouble you with it. It's fine. I had fun, and there's still plenty left.
Yasunaga, leave him be and go review your lessons.
Oh, right. I'm going to the dorm then.
Let's have our duel another time, Pissman.
Yeah! Woo! Woo!
I see.
He has become Pissman! Thank God I can stop laying mum about this.
Then I'll be going now.
Yeah, I would react that way too after someone reacted that way about being called Pissman. The high schoolers left.
Have you met everyone here in Yasumizu by this point?
Just the old wolfman is left, and I wouldn't mind keeping it that way. I guess so. There was one exception, though. Oh, sorry. That was a bit of a rude response. 1, 2, 3, journalists included, I met 14.
Huh? 1, 2... Oh, but if we don't include you, there should be 15.
Suddenly, as if rehearsed, the final person appeared. Hi, fucker.
Ah, perfect timing. This is the old man of Yasumizu.
No one knew his name, did they? Hello. Like always, it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. I'll be living here from now on. Pleasure to meet you.
Coming.
There it was. His shtick. Huh? What? He beckoned me closer. I carefully brought my ear to his mouth. Sway back!
The wolf coming.
Whoa, you surprised me! I evaded the potential damage to my eardrums. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was grinning.
Hungry. Please wait. I'll make you an onigiri.
This might have actually been the first time I saw him properly communicate with someone. Yeah, actually, the closest thing that has happened for that was like stuff at the feasts, but obviously we weren't actually there for that.
Yeah.
But even then, he was mostly just fucking around, I think. Once given the onigiri, he quickly munched it all up, leaving a big mess, and just staggered out. According to Kaori-san, he'd always been a part of the whole Yasumizu package. He seemed to have something wrong with his head and tended to cause trouble here. Yasumizu's own personal golem. Always apart, eh? Would it be wrong to assume he'd experienced something that made him go insane? At the very least, his catchphrase about wolves coming gave me that impression. He'd experienced the feast once, and the fear made the boy who cried wolf become the old man who cried wolf.
And there it is.
Perhaps he'd even seen that thing. Gotta say, seeing the flashback to the wolf outside the bathroom with this music playing is very funny. I'd love to hear what he had to say, but that seemed difficult.
Is that everyone?
Seems so. I was glad to have heard so much from Kaori-san, but I would have liked to talk to the young ones more. Chiemi too. Was it possible for me to forge a proper relationship with her starting tomorrow? I don't know. Getting pissed
Nope,
drunk
you're
with
on
her the
Ricoh
first
route,
time
fine.
was a pretty solid start. Let's rest and oh, that's not me.
Let's rest until 6 p.m. With you here, everything was taken care of so quickly. You're a great help.
Oh, it was nothing. After helping with the dinner preparation, I was mostly done for the day, so I was free to take a breather. It was almost 5 p.m. I hadn't been keeping track of time on the previous loop, but the mist had to appear soon. Needless to say, I was slightly tense. Are you building Gunpla there, Mush?
Oh, sorry. Uh, setting up. I've been setting up magnetic bases for my Warhammer models, and I was just stacking them.
Hell yeah. Click, click,
I
click, click,
didn't
click,
realize
click.
they were that loud.
No, you're good. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. Alright, do we want to stop here or do we want to go to the end of this scene? I think we can do either.
This scene probably.
Like,
Yeah.
and... like,
I feel like there's going to be a cliffhanger at the end of it.
True. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. I looked up at the sky. Oh wait, are we about to see Rikuko do it like with the funky text box shit from the first stream?
Ooh.
The evening sun bathed everything in a red hue. This is probably the last time I'd see the mountain in the distance. No, this time I would survive until the mist cleared. Then I would look at this with the one dear to me and leave this place for good. As I gathered my resolve.
Hey, the donut bologna rice snows on the mountain.
I suddenly heard an off-key. I love how the game has its own dedicated fucking metal pipe sounding. It's so good. I suddenly heard an off-key singing voice. It completely deflated the tension of the scene. Oh. I could see Meiko running through the plaza. She'd clearly noticed me. Uematsu-san was right behind her.
Fusayuki-san.
Not what I'm called, but close enough. That wasn't my name. I'm Haruaki.
Ah, Fusai-san. You worked hard, I presume?
I'm still shining with energy.
How reliable. I am going to look at the field downhill before dinner time comes.
Oh. Just like last time, huh? I'd been busy fixing my bike here, so I hadn't even noticed them go down. There's a field downhill?
Yes, though it is more of a graveyard.
Grave. Is there anything significant? Oh, that aside, your clothes are a bit Buddhist, aren't they? Are you giving a memorial service or something?
Yes. The Oimatsu are also responsible for funeral rites. Our faith might have some roots in Buddhism as a result of that duty.
So Mamiya-san was right. Bedroom woman servants, was it? Perhaps they protected not only dreams, but also eternal sleep. The peace of the dead.
Though, as our blood became less pure, we became unable to fulfill these duties, so we left them to the Miraguma.
Don't like how they talk about blood becoming less pure. Not a good feeling. Despite that, after moving here to Yasumizu, you hold services for the local graves, huh?
That is my intention, yes. But this time,
What?
I have become a bit worried.
She looked toward the direction of Saranaga again. Perhaps she could feel the coming of the mist with her skin. I heard that sensitive people could sense incoming weather changes by differences in pressure and humidity alone. Will something happen?
No. I think it is probably merely my imagination.
Uematsu-san leaned on the pillar supporting the well's roof. Apparently, she decided against going to the field. Realizing this, Mako started playing around. Kids sure are a bundle energy, huh?
Indeed, everyone was afraid of her because she came through Saranaga. But she turned out to be an energetic child. Truly a
Stream
relief.
offline.
What?
What the?
Not showing that on my end. It shows green on my side.
I just got the pop-up notification in chatty.
Could have
I
been
think it just went
disconnected
offline
briefly.
very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the bot got split.
Well, I've got it recorded already, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, Demon Child? Demon Child! Demon Child!
Demon Child.
I wonder what happened to her.
Perhaps she was doing her hardest to run away from a forced suicide in the mountains.
Forced suicide. You can say execution.
I mean more of a Jonestown thing.
Oh, God, you're right. The fact that we've mentioned Jonestown twice in this stream is upsetting.
Oh, I'm mentioning it now because you mentioned it earlier. It's a callback.
Yeah, it's just upsetting because, fuck, Jonestown sucks. That seemed likely. Takumi-san had mentioned last time that lots of suicidal people gathered here. But why did I was about to ask why she was the one to take care of her, but then I remembered something. She took in the corruption. That was one of the roles she was expected to fulfill. It felt wrong to me, but I didn't know what I actually had a problem with. Mako's parents? The locals who treated her like filth? Or perhaps the customs and superstitions that caused it?
9, one whole birthday cow to find. 10, the kissed mice way again.
That's a unique song. I heard it during a broadcast in Kami Fujiyoshi. I'd actually heard it here in the last loop, but whatever. I don't know why, but I love that just casual acknowledgement is like, I'm lying, but anyway.
It's an old song about the teachings of great Lord Shinai-sama, the incarnation of the mountain that keeps us alive.
All right, we're gonna skip this because I don't want to make you do that, and I don't want to turn the voices back on. She began singing out of nowhere. However, I could hear it very well. Tone of the song suddenly changed. Singing now brought out feelings of unease. Wah!
10,
Uh,
the mist rise away again.
An ice-cold voice cut her off. I looked at the source and a chill went down my spine. It was Chiyomi, covered in the red of the evening, as well as the red of blood. Her whole body was covered in blood.
You
Done
were
with the
working
silence.
hard, I see.
Oh, I was.
Right! Hunting! Dumbass. Serizawa-san, what happened?
Oh, sorry. I guess making such a dramatic entrance while looking like this is a bit scary, huh?
I love this game's sense of humor, I think. It's amazing. She gave me a broad grin.
I believe she had to dismantle Wild Game.
Yep. Kanzo-ji-chan got a big one this morning. The muscles and bones on this thing were huge.
Oh yeah, Takumi-san had told her to help Kanzo-san. Wow, you know how to butcher wild game?
That's easy when you get used to it.
This is one of their first conversations they're having in this loop. This is a great first impression. Your clothes are a mess now, though. You sure that's not a problem?
I didn't mean for this to happen. My hand just slipped a bit. Well, I have another set of these clothes, so it ain't a problem.
They didn't feel like drawing me another outfit. She laughed and it made her look even scarier.
You can just call me Chiemi, by the way. Drop the fancy talk, too. Funny Rikako.
Oh!
What, was that Rikako-san?
No.
It clearly was. Alright, Chiemi-chan. You can just call me Haruaki, too. Talk to me like I'm a friend.
Oh, really? Alright, Haruaki-san. Want to get to know each other over some food?
Aw, she's jealous! By the way, are we getting some of that game meat for dinner?
Of course. We're in for some good eating.
Woohoo! Isn't that great, Uematsu-san? What?
Please call me Rikako.
Oh!
Wow.
Rikako-san.
Oh?
What kind of response was that?
What is it?
Aruhara.
Haruaki-sama.
We were making progress.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, like, that's just what it's like when we're trying to figure out how to say a character's name for the first time. She was about to call me by some weird name, but she somehow managed to actually get my real one right. Problem being that she called out to me, but didn't actually have anything to say. Oh, boy. Oh, God, Chiemi's jealous. Oh, boy. Oh, and what's your problem, Chiemi-san?
Haruaki-san, want to come watch me butcher game? You'll see me cut some meat with a huge hunting knife. Sploosh, sploosh.
Well, that kind of invitation would have weirded out anyone normal, but me? I was actually intrigued. They're the right kind of crazy for each other. I love their relationship.
Haruaki-sama,
Yes?
shall we go there?
What? Why did you say it like that? Where?
The graveyard.
An invitation even freakier than the previous one. Felt like she'd take me straight to the land of the dead. Though that was interesting in its own way. I'm pretty sure we did that ending.
Huh? What exactly are you gonna do there, Rikako-san?
Don't appreciate that she's making the same face that she was making when flirting with me in the opening.
And what of you, Serizawa-sama? Are you aware of how absurd it is to show him a feast of blood? Even if it is for Yasumizu, blood is linked to the corruption.
I need like a big, like, pink flashy filter with like all kinds of clip art assets over it that says "The girls are fighting!"
Rikako-san, you do know that lewdness is also dirty, right?
Whatever are you imagining? I was not thinking of anything of the sort.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it took us 4 streams to get to this anime bullshit.
I mean, with how much we're
Really?
tangenting.
You seem like a real closet pervert to me.
I
Don't worry, all men love lewd women.
Beaming.
Beam it. Beam. It's just a fucking Star Wars laser sound effect, like.
Too bad though. I have even more lewd power than you.
What the fuck is
My
going
holiness
on?
is beyond your comprehension!
what? No fair.
What the hell are you two talking about?
What the hell are you two fucking talking about?
What are you two fucking talking about? I need that on a button too. That'd be the second button for Alfred that I've have.
So Yuki-san, are you popular?
What?
Mako, whatever do you...
Oh, you're out of the race? Guess I'll have him then.
You will? That's too good to be true.
You're my type. If you're gonna live here, then I guess I'll have something to look forward to when I'm coming back home.
This is breaking my heart. So I had a chance with Chiyomi in this route too, huh? Okay. Don't push your luck.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
I
no.
shall have many chances while you're away.
What? Not happening.
And with Rikako-san too. Mako-chan, let's have a race.
Yay!
Good ending. I ran around with her like I was a kid her own age again. Yeah! Honestly,
Let's
glad
run away from the problem.
Anime bullshit as fuck, but I love it.
that was actually like I genuinely love all of the like interactions between the characters, even if it's a bit weird for romance to kind of take, or like specifically multiple possible romances to be an element in this story where social deduction and stuff is such a big deal. My frustration with it comes from later things. But we'll get there when we get there. The actual interactions themselves are incredibly well, like, just cute little character moments that just toe the line of being like unrealistic anime bullshit and like actual conversations.
But also they're like horny 20-somethings.
Yeah, and also they've known each other for a while because they both grew up in the town, and just also Haruaki's just kind of along for the ride in some regards with them. I love them. I love the cast of characters in this game. People are dying tomorrow. This is the end of the stream.
Yay!
I love
See you
this
guys
game.
in 3 months.
Yeah. Hang on. Let's keys. We could take another quick peek at some of these. No, we haven't actually gotten any new ones. Never mind.
No, stop
there's a
running.
button to skip to the next choice right away. Okay. Nifty.
Ah, that's useful.
Hang on, wait. Look how many fucking endings we got now. That's insane. God, we're stupid. God.
I love that they gave you, or early on, they just give you 2 blatantly bad endings just to let you have fun with them.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah. What are you guys thinking about this game so far? Just like overall.
I'm really enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely like the concept. I feel like the execution is not perfect. It's a lot wordier than it needs to be.
Yeah. That's the other thing about Haruaki, is that it does feel a little overwritten sometimes. Especially when Haruaki is just kind of humming and hawing over, like, especially in the first loop, he's just talking about, like, but this can't be supernatural. And then, you know, by the second time through, he cuts out on that bullshit a lot, but it's still there, and it's kind of frustrating from the player's perspective, because you've read through, like, at least, like, 3 hours worth of him doing, like, if you're skimming through shit, like, because, like, in the base, like, even with voices enabled, Haruaki doesn't have voiceover for his internal monologue, so you can skim over that stuff pretty quickly if you're a fast reader, but that's still a lot. And this game is not perfect, but it is extremely interesting, and I love a lot of the ideas that it plays with, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted to share it with you guys. All right. I am tired. I have work in the morning. We went over by half an hour, but that's okay, because it was good video games, and I'm looking forward to next time, because people start fucking dying. Can you believe that shit, Temmie? Can you believe that shit? We have 17 people in the Feast of the Yomi Purge, including Temmie. Alright, speaking of Temmie, I'm gonna actually go play Deltarune more instead of going to bed. That's a lie. I'm actually going to bed. I am actually pretty tired. Anyway, thanks for watching. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Night.